They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. It's the collectors. It's those credit cards you ran up trying to start your business. Now you found out that a DBA hurts the family and brings the pain home.
Do you remember hearing these commercials on radio? For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped customers get millions in credit. It's no wonder why they call him the godfather of credit. Ray Reynolds will get you your score above 720. Do you need $50,000 of corporate credit? By using corporate credit, you can finance a business, buy real estate and stock under a corporation. Take advantage of numerous tax write-offs only available to a corporation. Now you can meet Ray Reynolds on his webinar anytime, any day, 24/7. Call 800-750-4116 to find out more about his secrets to success in helping fix and improve your credit. Go to rayswebinar.com anytime and sign up for the free informative webinar 24/7 or call 800-750-4116 now. It's worth your time and you'll learn a lot. That's rayswebinar.com or call 800-750-4116 now.
FM 1021 and AM 1450 KYNT Yankton.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The booster rollout across America is in high gear now that the third Pfizer shot in the arm has CDC approval for those 65 and older or with special conditions. But as ABC's Phil Lipoff reports, the third shot in the arm is not a way out of the pandemic.
While federal health officials agree boosters are important for certain parts of the population, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says the focus is still on vaccinating the unvaccinated. More than 70 million Americans have not yet received a first shot of the vaccine.
I want to be clear. We will not boost our way out of this pandemic. Infections among the unvaccinated continue to fuel this pandemic.
Walensky says the vaccine boosters offer added protection for those breakthrough cases.
In New York City, a federal judge temporarily blocking a vaccine mandate for public school employees. It was supposed to go into effect on Monday. A three-judge panel will review the measure. Crisis management after the migrant encampment controversy in a border town in Texas. The camp's now cleared, but President Biden remains under fire for keeping in place Trump-era immigration policies. To the White House in ABC's Mary Alice Parks.
Despite outcries from fellow Democrats and unstable conditions on the ground in Haiti, some 2,000 Haitian migrants have already been flown out of the country in the last few days. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas defending those expulsions.
They are driven by a public health imperative.
More than 17,000 remain in the country, many now awaiting court dates to plea their asylum case.
The manhunt continues this weekend in southern Florida for Brian Laundrie, the boyfriend of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old woman who went missing on a cross-country trip and who authorities confirmed as the body discovered on Sunday in the Bridger-Teton National Forest in Wyoming. Northport, Florida Police Commander Joe Fussell.
This is wearing on everyone. Everybody has a level of stress.
The search being conducted in an alligator-filled nature preserve. You're listening to ABC News.
It's been tough talking to my doctor about constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. I finally laid all my symptoms out there and how they keep coming back. She said I may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. We agreed it's time to try something different.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Visit a doctor in person or online. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
After more than 2 years of incarceration in China, 2 Canadian citizens are back home in what amounted to a high-profile prisoner swap. ABC's Mark Remillard has more.
The 2 Canadians landed in Calgary Saturday morning and were greeted by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The 2 were arrested in China in 2018, shortly after the arrest of top Chinese executive Meng Wanzhou in Vancouver, Canada. She was held in Canada on a U.S. extradition request stemming from fraud charges. After a deal this week with U.S. prosecutors, Meng was allowed to return to China, prompting the release of the Canadian citizens. Many countries called their detention by the Chinese government hostage politics. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
The land of pizza and pasta is moving to embrace marijuana. ABC's Megan Williams in Rome reports on Italy's pro-weed referendum.
Pro-weed activists here in Italy collected 500,000 signatures to hold a referendum that, if successful, would legalize the growing of weed for personal use and ease sanctions and prison sentences on other cannabis-related crimes.
For the mafia, this market don't have to be in the hands of the mafia.
Says this 30-year-old among the almost two-thirds of Italians who support decriminalization.
You risk 2 years with 1 gram of marijuana.
Something the 68-year-old former weed smoker wants eliminated. If approved, the referendum would be held early next year. Megan Williams, ABC News, Rome.
This is ABC News.
You love Zoom for video meetings? Now, choose Zoom to power your phone communications too. Zoom Phone works seamlessly within the Zoom app as your business phone system. Zoom Phone's secure HD audio and enterprise-grade reliability keep you connected to your teams and your customers. And it's easy to use on mobile, desktop, or desk phone. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Zoom, how the world connects.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
It's time for Lancer Football on KYNC and KYNCV. Lancer Football is brought to you by
Aztec, Avera, Simple Meats, Conklin Distributing, Core Trust Bank, Checkers, Dakota Archery, Dakota Beverage, Explorers Credit Union, First Chiropractic Centers, First Dakota National Bank, Gersner Oil, Hy-Vee, JJ Benji's, Kopetsky's Ace Hardware, KYNT, Mason Schramm with Vision Real Estate, Midco, Midwest Striping, MT&RC Smith Insurance, Marlowe Woodward and Huff, Northtown Automotive, Olson's Pest Technicians, Pizza Ranch, Riverfront Signs, Sherco, Signtech, Slumberland, Vision Care Associates, Vision Insurance Group, Vision Real Estate, Winston Ray Funeral Home, Yankton Medical Clinic, H&R Block, Elwood Family Dental Care.
Now let's go to the field with KYNC color analyst Tel Tanner and the voice of Mount Marty University Lancer Football, Steve Toom.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mount Marty Lancer Football here on a sunny afternoon. I'm Steve Toom, joined by Tel Tanner. We are broadcasting live from Crane Youngworth Field in Yankton, the second home game ever for the Mount Marty Lancers, and a gorgeous day for everyone involved here weather-wise. Perfect playing conditions, and the Briar Cliff Chargers come into town sporting an 0-3 record. Mount Marty 0-3 on the season so far. Both teams seeking their first win of the season. And for the Lancers, last week they had to play Morningside down in Sioux City. This week they get the other school from Sioux City, the Briar Cliff Chargers, here on their home field. And Morningside got the win over the Lancers last week, 56-7. Meanwhile, Briar Cliff, they're coming off a bye week. Their last game was back on September 11th. They went on the road and lost at Concordia 61-21. So both teams coming off stinging losses.
Absolutely. You know, both of these teams 0-3 on the season. Some people call it a toilet bowl game. This is my favorite type of game because both of these teams are sick of not having a win on their schedule, and they are going to fight for it today. One of them's going to do it, and I'm so excited for that, Steve.
And just for full disclosure, I was the announcer for Briar Cliff University Athletics from 2012 to 2019, so I'm familiar with this university. I wish them nothing from the best. I thank them for the opportunity they gave me for a number of years. I enjoyed the staff down there in Sioux City with the Chargers. Now I'm up here for Mount Marty. I don't wish anything ill on them by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm hoping the home team gets a win today. The Chargers come in with a new head coach in Shane Ladegi. He replaced Dennis Wagner, who was dismissed from the team 1-8, the Chargers back in 2020. And so the new coach here struggling with the offense, actually both teams struggling on offense in the early going. And for Briar Cliff, it's been turnovers. They've committed 12 so far in the first 3 games, and that's not going to get things done.
Absolutely, you know it's not. And then 6 of those turnovers coming off the right arm of Luke Davies. You know, the freshman quarterback has struggled so far this season in probably the best conference in the NAIA, and he is going to struggle today against a very experienced Mount Marty secondary, probably their most experienced position group on the field.
And again, one thing the Chargers do have in their advantage is they're coming off the bye week, so they had the extra week to rest up, study the game film, and prepare. We'll talk about more numbers and strategy and recap the season so far for both squads as the pregame show continues. The pregame show for Lancer football brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Coming up here in a few minutes, it's going to be the GPAC Saturday Football Report with Commissioner Corey Wester. And after that, Tell, you got to talk to one of the Lancers earlier this week.
Yeah, I did. I talked to Kiko Nunez, one of the captains of this team. The big number 69 down on the field, certainly a fan favorite, a coach's favorite guy, one of their leaders. And we talked a whole lot about Mount Marty football and his favorite things about Yankton, South Dakota.
Yep, Kiko is from Dickinson, Texas, and he is a 305-pound sophomore that starts on the offensive line and one of the team captains. We'll talk to him in a little bit, but first the timeout, and then it's the GPAC Football Report with the Commissioner Corey Westra coming up right after this 2-minute timeout. Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. You are listening to Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
I wasn't worried about getting sick from vaping until my friends started having trouble breathing. I noticed I was getting winded too. We quit together. Now, we both feel healthier.
Seems like everyone's vaping, but when my little brother started, not good. I knew it was time to quit. Having a quit line coach really helped.
Use a quit line coach and you are 2 times more likely to stay quit. There's no better way to quit. Make your quit stick. Call 1-866-SD-QUITS now. You're gonna love your quit.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
If you're looking for ammo these days, the key words to remember are persistent patience. Dakota Archery has been getting shipments of ammo, but they have to limit daily purchases, and some calibers may not be available. So if you're looking for ammo, you're welcome to stop out or call and see what they have in stock.
Open every night till 8. Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
Kohlberg Pioneer is now Aztec. Change can be good, and Aztec is offering a $1,000 sign-on bonus for day and weekend production shifts. New evening shift is $2,000. Walk-in interviews are available today for many positions like assembler, CNC machinist, electrician, machine operator, material handler, painter, quality assurance inspector, and many more. Click on careers at aztecindustries.com or stop by for an interview. Build your career with the group that's built to connect. From rock to road, aztecindustries.com.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966. And with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, September 25. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference. To learn more, go to gpacsports.com or on Twitter at gpacsports. On your Football Saturday Report this week, let's start with the scoreboard from games played last Saturday around the conference. Northwestern at home defeated Doane 38-0. It was Midland with a win in Fremont over Dakota Wesleyan 27-14. Dordt at home defeated Concordia 27-7. Morningside a home win over Mount Marty 56-7. Jamestown wins at Hastings by the final score of 32-28. Let's take a look then at the Week 4 Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. On offense, Cade Mosier, wide receiver from Northwestern, is this week's honoree. He is a junior from Rock Valley. He tied a Northwestern single-game record with 4 touchdown receptions, including 142 yards on 8 receptions in the win over Doane. Tyler Winger, linebacker from Morningside, repeats as the defensive player of the week. The senior from Holstein, Iowa, had his second straight 10-plus tackle game, 13 tackles in a win over Mount Marty. And Jared Quinones, the kicker from Midland, repeats on special teams this week. The sophomore from Mexico had a pair of field goals as Midland defeated Dakota Wesleyan 27-14 for homecoming in Fremont. That is a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we will preview this week in GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on right after this. The Great Plains Athletic Conference is an affiliated conference of the NAIA. Founded in 2000, the GPAC is proud of our academic and athletic excellence. The GPAC has boasted 32 Team NAIA national champions, and this year has nearly 1,300 NAIA scholar athletes with over 160 NAIA scholar teams. To learn more, go to gpacsports.com or on Twitter at gpacsports. It's the final Saturday of September and a 5-game slate for GPAC football once again this week. Let's go to the schedule. We will start with a matchup that will be played in Jamestown. The Jimmies will host Midland. Jamestown comes into this contest perfect in league play. They are 2-0 and overall sit at 2-1. Midland is 2-1 in the conference, and they are overall at 2-2 on the season. 1 o'clock matchup in Mitchell has the Tigers hosting Hastings. Dakota Wesleyan is 1-2 overall. They are 1-1 in league play. Hastings comes in at 0-3 in both conference and overall on the season. Northwestern travels to Concordia. The Red Raiders are 4-0 overall and 3-0 in the GPAC. Meanwhile, Concordia both 1-2 in league and overall play on the season. Dordt at Doane. Both these teams have played just conference this year. Dordt is 2-1 in the league and overall, and Doane is 1-2. And finally, Briar Cliff at Mount Marty. Briar Cliff is 0-3 overall, 0-2 in the GPAC, and Mount Marty comes in 0-3 in GPAC and overall on the season. New rankings from the NAIA. Lindsey Wilson remains the #1 team in the country, followed by Northwestern and Morningside at 2-3. No change there for those GPAC teams. Grandview and Concordia, Michigan round out the top 5, followed by Reinhardt, Kaiser, Marion, Georgetown, and Baker in the top 10. Dordt is number 20 in this week's NAIA football ratings. That's a look around the GPAC for this week on this football Saturday for September 25. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Hi, this is Dan from Vision Real Estate. Buying, selling, and moving, heck, they're all stressful. We get it, and that's why we've done a few things to help lighten your load. First, we'll give you some moving boxes just to help you get started. Then our clients are always welcome to use our enclosed trailer for free. And you know, our agents, they're all full-time professionals, so you can find us when you need us. Vision Real Estate, it's the right move.
If aches and pains taking you out of your game, who are you going to call? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for over 37 years. Whether your game is sports related, doing household chores, exercising, or just day-to-day activity, and your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. Who are you going to call? First Chiropractic Centers in Yankton, Scotland, Bloomfield, Hartington, Wagner, and Tyndall. First Chiropractic Center, whole health with hands-on healing.
Your family is a part of the Hy-Vee family. That's why they're here in Yankton for anything you need. Looking for steakhouse quality beef, fresh produce, and organic options, or the best options for anything else that's on your list? Hy-Vee has the products you're looking for. Convenient aisles online shopping for pickup and delivery, and Hy-Vee deals with coupons and sales to make your shopping budget go further.
Where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Back on the Dakota Beverage pregame show, this is Tel Tanner. We are now joined by Kiko Nunez, starting right guard for the Mount Marty Lancers. Number 69, big number 69 on the field. How you doing, Kiko?
I'm doing good, having a great week this week.
Absolutely. So tell me about South Dakota. You're from Dickinson, Texas. You were recruited, came to Mount Marty in the first ever recruiting class. Now you're in South Dakota. What's the difference?
I'll tell you, it's one thing. It's nothing I expected. My thoughts going in of South Dakota were totally different when I got here. I thought it was more everybody to their self, things like that. But ever since I've been here, it's just been a big family environment, and that's what I love about it.
So speaking of things you love about South Dakota, what's your favorite place in Yankton?
I would have to say Bro Burger. I love going over there, getting me a nice burger from time to time.
I've never been there. What's your order? What do you order?
I order the anti-meridian burger. It's really good.
Okay,
Tater
what's on
tots.
that? I need to know what's on that.
There's hash brown, there's egg, bacon, cheese.
Okay, I like your taste, man. I like your taste.
sir.
Let's talk about this game coming up. Obviously, you have played a couple of games so far this season. How do you think your offensive line as a position group is starting to get to know each other and play with each other on the field?
One thing I would say is our offensive line is getting a lot closer than it was in week 1 or even the beginning of fall camp. Beginning of fall camp, we'd barely talk to each other, anything like that. Now like, we see each other and it's just smiles on our face because I'm happy to see my brother. But they're coming along a lot. They're starting to grow up more. You can see it out there on the field from their first snap to now. And now we're just got to get them to play a little bit more physical, and we'll be good.
You're one of the more experienced linemen on the offensive line. Obviously, you came from Air Force, where you got a little bit of a playing experience there, and it certainly seems to show up in your leadership. How much does Coach Micheletti put on you to be a leader on the offense?
Honestly, he doesn't even really put it that much on my shoulders, dude. I just love doing it, being able to go out there and lead these guys. It's just something that you got to love to do, and all of our leaders love going out there, leading everybody, knowing that without us, then it wouldn't be a good team, because they say good teams are led by the coaches, but great teams are led by the players, so you just got to live by that every day.
So you got a good defense that you go against in practice every day of the week. I always like to say iron sharpens iron. What do you see in terms of your defensive line and your offensive line? How do they help each other on game day?
Oh, every day in practice, O-line and D-line, we're going against each other pretty hard. You'll see people start chirping at each other, getting mad. One-on-ones are pretty interesting sometimes, but yeah, it's just you have to be physical in practice to be physical in the game, so we just continue to do that. We'll be able to do it out there on Saturdays.
You got a rivalry with anybody during practice going on?
Dalen Norman. I love going against Dalen Norman. He knows it too.
He knows it too, does he? Okay, I love it. All right, one last question about this game. The Briar Cliff Chargers giving up 30 rushing yards per game. You guys are giving up more than 100. Your defense is going to have to stop them. Their defense is going to try and stop you. What are you doing against the Chargers today?
Just going out there and being physical from the snap of the ball to the blow of the whistle. So if we go out there and do that, I feel like we'll do pretty good.
Thank you very much for joining me, Kiko.
Thank you.
That was Kiko Nunez on the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Thank you very much for joining me. We're going to be back on KYNT in just a few minutes.
Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is everyone's favorite place to eat and catch the game. Whether it's dine in or carry out, Checkers menu has mouth-watering burgers, satisfying sandwiches, and wraps, and of course, wings. With 17 specialty wing flavors, there's a sauce for everyone, like buffalo, spicy garlic, and honey chipotle. And don't forget to try their sauce of the month. You can get all these hot and ready to eat daily from 11 to 11. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill, 689-2244.
Okay, Lancers fans, it's that time again. Time to bank some noise for this game break with First Dakota National Bank. Give me an S for all these great sponsors. Bubble over with glee because your nacho cheese is finally warm. And if you're cruising down the highway, keep an eye out for our return to the gridiron. Bank some noise with us at First Dakota.
Open a new account online today at firstdakota.com. Member FDIC.
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wentz of the Wentz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Wentz and Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
See clearly? Drive safely at Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton. A cracked or chipped windshield can impair your vision, and we care about the people behind the glass. Introducing the all-day, everyday $199 windshield replacement. That's right, most windshields replaced with best in replacement technology and top quality materials for only $199. Call or stop in today at Abra Auto Body and Glass, locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81 in Yankton.
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom, getting you ready for Lancer football right here on KYNT. This is the pregame show brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Chargers coming in at 0-3, 0-2 in conference play. They started off their season back on August 28th with a 30-3 loss on the road at Waldorf, which is a team they have generally played a lot over the course of years as a non-conference foe. Chargers then played a home game against Doane, lost 17-3, and then back on September 11th, they went on the road to Concordia, a place that has been a very difficult place for the Chargers to play football. I know I did a number of their games over the years, 61-21 the final in that contest, and then last week the Chargers had the bye. Lancers, of course, started off on September the 4th here at Crane Youngworth, a hard-fought game, 20-3. Dakota Wesleyan won that one. Then on September 11th, they went up to Jamestown, lost 35-6, and then last week on the road at Elwood Olson Stadium in Sioux City, lost to Morningside 56-7. That was a 28-7 game at halftime, and in that second quarter, the Mustangs got a pick-6 return for a touchdown, a punt return for a touchdown, but the Lancers played really good defense, had a couple of interceptions in the game, should have had two more.
Absolutely.
That were right in the hands of defensive backs for the Lancers, but they fell to the turf, and boy, you just think, I don't think they could have won the game, but certainly that could have switched some momentum and made that a closer contest overall. But the way the Lancers were playing defensively in that second quarter, they were applying some pressure to the quarterback. They were at times stopping the running game, and like I said, they had two interceptions slip right through their fingers.
Yeah, they showed what this Lancers team could be, when they get a little bit more experience. This is still an extremely young team. This is their first time playing together. Most of them, it's their first time playing at all. They really showed in that second quarter what this team could be in the future. I really do got to say, it looks bright.
Briar Cliff Chargers, they've had football since the year 2000, but they've only had one winning season ever, and that was back in 2018 when they went 6-5. They went 5-6 the year after that, and then stumbled to 1-8 last year, and then of course, they have the new coach in Shane Ledecky. His team has really been one-dimensional. I think that's one of the keys to this game. Briar Cliff averaging 228 yards an offensive game, but only 33 yards on the ground for that offense. They've become one-dimensional, relying on their freshman quarterback, Luke Davies, who has not been bad as far as his completion percentage, but only one touchdown to 6 interceptions, and that's a lot of pressure to put on any freshman quarterback.
Yeah, one touchdown to 6 interceptions. That's what happens when you average 33 rushing yards a game. You got to be able to run the ball when you have a freshman quarterback. You have a young quarterback and you ask him to do too much, he's going to turn over the ball. He is averaging 195 passing yards a game, and some would look at that as, well, he's doing really well. I think they're asking him to do too much.
And quite often, they're playing from behind. They're trying to play catch-up, and that's never a good thing, especially for a freshman quarterback. The Chargers averaging only 9 points a game in offense, but they're giving up 36 points per game defensively. On the other side, the Lancers, much more balanced attack. They're averaging almost 111 yards per game on the ground, 139 through the air, 250 yards overall, or just shy of that. But they're only scoring 5 1/3 points a game, giving up 37 on defense, so those numbers pretty similar. It's the Lancers, though, who have the better balance, and that will put pressure on the Charger defense today, I think. They have got to contain the Mount Marty run. I think that's really one of the things for both teams. Try to make the other team one-dimensional, force them into those third down and long situations.
Absolutely. Both of these two defenses, their strategy going into this game is going to be, we're going to make you throw the ball. They do not want, either of these teams don't want the other to be able to run the ball today. They're going to ask their quarterbacks to do a lot. And Torrin Devericks starting today for the Mount Marty Lancers at quarterback. He is going to have his hands full with this Charger defense. But if he plays well and the running game is playing well, I think the Lancers are going to have a good game out here, Steve.
Another concern for the Chargers is one of their starting running backs, Asante Anglin, a freshman out of South Bend. He is out with an injury, and he was one of the guys that Briar Cliff was relying on to really spearhead their running attack, and has fallen on the duo of Stanton Lee, a senior, and Dawson Forcella, a junior, and neither of them are averaging over 3 yards per carry. And when you're not getting 3 yards per carry, well, guess what that's going to set up? It's going to set up second and long, third and long. It's going to force that freshman quarterback, Luke Davies, out of Yorkville, Illinois, to put the ball in the air. And on an experienced offensive line for the Chargers, 4 freshmen, 1 senior. they've had some turnover in that offensive line for Briar Cliff, and that's, again, never a good thing when you've got to have 4 freshmen up there, and your quarterback's going to be dropping back 30, maybe even 35 times a game. That, again, puts pressure on those young, inexperienced linemen.
Yeah, I'm seeing a whole lot of similarities between these two teams the more we talk about them. The Lancers offensive line also extremely young. They're starting 4 freshmen, and then Kiko Nunez, who is a sophomore, and most of their backups are also freshmen. These 2 offensive lines, it's going to be interesting to see how they play today and how they're able to establish the run, because both teams have struggled early.
And Matthew Ellis, who started last week, was a reserve earlier, a freshman. He's out with an injury, so that depth starting to wane on that offensive line for Mount Marty. They got to have a clean game today and not see anybody limping over to the sidelines. That was the case a couple of times last week against Morningside. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We're getting you ready for the start of the Lancers versus the Chargers. We're about a half hour away from kickoff, but we're going to take a break right now. Come back with an interview with Shane Ladegi, the head coach for the Chargers. That interview brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Back in 2 minutes with that coach's interview. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Locally owned businesses help build strong communities, and that's true with Triple Time Rudy's. You get a locally owned business that offers fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, supports local schools and events, and carries quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and Kaler Locker meats that customers love. Triple Time Rudy's is conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. So pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
It's the best time of the year, sports fans. Volleyball matches, soccer games, and Friday nights under the lights. Plus weekend tailgates, watch parties with families and friends. Big games on the big screen, at home or your favorite sports bar. And Mount Marty Lancer Fall Sports. Spend your favorite season with America's favorite beer in hand, Budweiser or Bud Light. If you love fall sports and you love drinking beer, grab some Budweiser or Bud Light and cheer on your Mount Marty Lancers.
At Avera, our orthopedic care and services are designed for every body and every age, which means Avera Sacred Heart Hospital in Yankton offers innovative treatment options customized to your bone, muscle, and joint needs. So whether you suffer from aches, breaks, tears, or dislocations, turn to the orthopedic team experienced in treating every body. Learn more by visiting the Avera Sacred Heart page on avera.org.
What he's saying is, if you adopt me, I'll be a great companion to you.
What she's saying is, if you adopt me, I will be a quiet, trusted friend.
The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats ready for adoption. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you $200 or more in vet care. See available pets at heartlandhumanesociety.net or stop at 3400 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We are a few minutes away from kickoff between the Mount Marty Lancers and the Briar Cliff Chargers. I have Coach Shane Ladegi on the line, the head coach of the Chargers. Coach Ladegi, tell me about this upcoming matchup between two 0-3 teams looking for their first win of the season.
Yeah, obviously, both teams have struggled a little bit early on just in terms of a win-loss record. Both of us are fielding pretty young teams. Obviously, Mount Marty being a brand-new program, we knew that would be the case. Obviously, when we came in here in January and took over at Briar Cliff, we were honestly in a pretty similar situation where we knew we were going to have to get a lot of young guys in our program and have a little bit of youth movement. But I think when you turn on the tape at Mount Marty, I've been really impressed with how hard they play, both sides of the ball and on special teams. I think we've both just been in those situations where we've had, haven't been able to come up with plays when we really need. But was really impressed with Mount Marty, honestly, against Morningside. I thought made some plays and hung around in that game for a while. I think we all know who Morningside is. They're going to be who they are and kind of pulled away. But I really felt like it was their best game, especially defensively, able to make some plays and, have a couple picks there and get their offense off the field. So, it'll be a youth movement a little bit. You know, I think this game's really going to come down to, honestly, like, who wants it more. Who's going to, you know, in the fourth quarter be able to make some plays and come away with a win.
Coach Ledecky, you talked about how young your offense is. Coming off a bye week, you just had your best offensive performance of the season, putting up 21 points against Concordia after 6 combined points in your first 2 matchups. Where do you think that jump came from, and how does the bye week help going into this matchup with Mount Marty?
You know, I think just as young as we are, it's just continuing to get, you know, cohesive and, you know, getting everybody on the same page. You know, I think, you know, we have an identity of who we want to be really going into the year, but we still didn't know. You know, it was going to come down to who's going to be able to step up and make plays for us out of our young group, and I think we're starting to figure that out. You know, who are the guys we can really count on, you know, on a, you know, 3rd and 5 situation, who's the guy we need to go to that can make us a play. And, you know, as Luke, being a freshman, starting a quarterback, as he continues to get comfortable, you know, every mistake he's making is something he can learn from. So just trying to limit those mistakes and keep putting them in situations to be successful. And, you know, it's not going to happen overnight, but we're starting to see some things kind of go together that have been good for us. And, again, we're starting to figure out, even as a staff, like, what are we actually really good at? What can we hang our hat on? You know, how can we get to those same type of looks out of different formations and things like that? You know, and really try to limit maybe our playbook a little bit and just make sure we're comfortable at quarterback and able to go out and make some plays.
Coach, tell me about your defense and what you're seeing from this Mount Marty offense.
You know, I've been really proud of our defense. I know some scores kind of got away from us, but I think we're playing really hard. You know, offensively, we've put our defense in some bad situations with turnovers or, you know, too many 3-and-outs where they're just right back on the field. And, you know, probably similar to Mount Marty, we just don't have a ton of depth, you know, so you get gassed on defense and teams can kind of pull away from you a little bit when you just keep them on the field so long. You know, Mount Marty's offense, I think they got a couple of good playmakers. I know they're young at quarterback too, so, you know, we want to be able to get pressure on the quarterback early, force them into some bad decisions, limit their run game. You know, I've been impressed with the running backs that they have. I think they're pretty solid players. I think their offensive line's underrated. I think they got some big guys up front, and they've shown some ability to move people. So for us defensively, we need to be able to slant and move our D-line around and, you know, create some pressure where we can, you know, find a couple creases maybe to get home, whether it's in the run game or the pass game.
Coach, thank you very much for taking the time to join me today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show just around the corner. Lancers, Chargers, all happening at Crane Youngworth Field. We'll be back just after this on KYNT.
With green carts getting bigger and better every year, don't you think it's time to outfit them accordingly? Sherco's 4500 Series HD electric tarp works seamlessly with existing Sherlock tarps. The heavy-duty extruded arms are the strongest on the market and come with a lifetime warranty. Operating is easy and convenient with one of our smart remote options that let you open and close your tarp with the push of a button. Call to order yours today at 1-800-474-8756. Make it Sherco.
We can help you achieve your fitness goals while in the comfort of your own home. Hi, this is Ken with Ace Bike and Fitness. With our full line of exercise equipment from top brands such as True Fitness and Spirit Fitness, you'll get your innovative technology and high-quality machines that will withstand the toughest workouts day after day. Take your fitness to the next level with a treadmill, elliptical, or bike from Ace Bike and Fitness, 2404 Broadway in Yankton.
Pizza isn't just for lunch or dinner, it's also for breakfast. This is Annie from Yankton Pizza Ranch, and right now you can have our delicious breakfast pizza frozen and then baked fresh in your kitchen. Right now, our breakfast pizzas are buy 2, get the 3rd free. Grab 1 or 3 today at Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Have you been hesitant to sell your house? It can be a hassle. Cleaning for showings, waiting for the right offer, hoping it will sell. Well, with low inventory in the local market, that can mean fewer days on the market, multiple offers, and less of a hassle for you. I'm Mason Strom with Vision Real Estate. Take advantage of the local housing market and low interest rates, and make the move with Mason. Contact me at movewithmason.com.
Move with Mason.
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you along for the ride here on KYNT. This is the pregame show brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. A gorgeous day here. Just a slight breeze. 73 the current temperature. We're expecting a high of 80 today. Not a cloud in the sky as far as I can see. Just perfect weather for football today. However, as you pointed out, it's going to be a little hotter down on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hotter down on the field. You said 73 degrees. I instantly checked the temperature on my phone because I thought you were lying. It feels, I'm sitting in the sun. I guess you got a little bit of shade, but it's hot. It is hot in this booth right now. And down on that turf, it's going to be 10 degrees hotter than it is up here. So if it hits 80 up here, it's going to be 90 down on that field. It is going to be hot. But you know what the craziest thing is, Steve? Currently drinking a hot chocolate. Why? I don't know. I'm just weird.
You are drinking a hot chocolate in a warm broadcast booth, and it's 73 degrees outside, sunshine, expecting a high of 80. But you have that in that wonderful KYNT mug I see. Those look
KYNT
gorgeous. Those are those are the insulated ones too, right?
Yeah, they are. It keeps my coffee warm for a long time in the mornings. I didn't have any coffee this morning, though. I ran out yesterday, apparently, so I got hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate, hey, not a bad substitute here. Let's check out the starting lineups for today's game. They're brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland. They're located on Broadway in Yankton with the starting lineups for the Chargers and the Lancers. I'll turn it over to Mr. Tell Tanner.
Let's go ahead and start with the home team, the Mount Marty Lancers, starting on the offensive line. A left tackle, 6 foot, 250-pound freshman Zachary Fenderson. Left guard, 6'1", a 317-pound freshman Anil Pastrana. The center, Luke Clayton, 6'1", a 321-pound freshman. The right guard, Kiko Nunez, we spoke to him a little earlier in the pregame, 6 foot, 305-pound sophomore. And the right tackle, 6'2", 275-pound freshman Nick Morin. And the tight end on that offensive line, Rex Ryken, 6'2", 212-pound junior. He is one of the biggest passing threats of this Mount Marty Lancer offense. Go to the wide receivers, Austin Vigance, 5'11", 208-pound freshman. Jonah Miyazawa, 5'11", 176-pound sophomore. And Trevor Fitzgerald, the 6 foot, 188-pound freshman. That starting running back, Kua Nishigaya, 5'7", 161-pound sophomore. And the starting quarterback of the Mount Marty Lancers, 5'10", 210-pound junior. It's Torrin Deverix, the Sioux Falls native.
Yep, out of Sioux Falls Roosevelt High School. Rex Ryken, 18 catches leading the way for the Lancers, their top receiver. Their top rusher is Nishigaya, 50 carries for 135 yards on the season so far. Let's meet the Chargers, shall we?
Let's meet the Chargers, starting on that offensive line once again. Left tackle, 6'2", 250-pound freshman Joseph Gaturwa. The left guard, Colton Lieburn, 6'4", 315-pound freshman. The center, 6'1", 300-pound freshman Cage Heisinger. The right guard, Isaiah Williams, 6'1", 265-pound freshman. A 6'2", 305-pound right tackle, the senior on this offensive line, Andre Johnson. He is going to have to be big in this one. Gregor Clark, the tight end, 6'1", 225-pound senior. Let's go to the wide receivers. Aaron Okoro, 6'4", 210-pound freshman. Another freshman, 6'1", 185-pound freshman, Spencer George. And the lone sophomore starting wide receiver, Kobe Johnson, 6 foot, 190 pounds. Starting running back for Briar Cliff is Dawson Forcella, 6'1", 220 pounds. He's a junior. And the starting quarterback of the Briar Cliff Chargers, Luke Davies, 6'3", 210 pounds, a freshman.
The leading receiver actually isn't one of their starters. It's one of their reserves, a freshman, Tim Brown, who has 14 catches on the year for 117 yards. Their leading rusher so far as available players that we know of, is Forcella, 31 carries, 61 yards. That's a 2 yards carry average. He'll be backed up by a senior, Stanton Lee, who's a senior. He has 19 carries for 51 yards. Again, just a little over 2.5 yards per carry for that young man. So, again, the running game, very, very key today for the Chargers. They have to get something going. We do have an extra moment or so. Why don't we meet the defensive players? Let's start with the Lancers first.
Let's start on that defensive line. Dalen Norman, 6'3", 273-pound sophomore. Salvador Chavez, 6'1", 226-pound junior. And Tavita Tomasi, 6'2", 240-pound junior. That was left end, nose tackle, right end. Let's go to the linebackers. Outside linebacker on the left side, Dylan Odimo, 6'2", 196-pound sophomore. The other outside linebacker, this one on the right side, Brandon Dannenbring, 6 foot, 207-pound freshman. Let's go to the middle linebackers. Drew Pendleton, 5'11", 206-pound junior. He had the first sack in Mount Marty history, if you remember, back on this field just a few weeks ago. And Gavin Craig, who had a big interception just last week, middle linebacker, 5'10", 210-pound freshman. Let's go to those defensive backs, shall we, Steve? Let's go to the corners. Avery Rice, 5'11", 170-pound sophomore, starting the left corner. Right corner, Justin Chop, 5'11", 182-pound junior. And then the safeties. Dylan Capps, the free safety, 5'10", 187-pound junior. And Jaron Mortensen, 6'1", 186-pound junior, the strong safety.
For the Chargers on defense, we'll have MJ Montgomery at a defensive end. He's a 235-pound sophomore. Lakey Martin, he is the nose tackle, 240-pound freshman. Then the right end is Seth Maxey. He is a hometown kid from Sioux City, Iowa, 240-pound sophomore. The linebackers, Aussie Tapua, he's a senior, 240 pounds, 6'3". Carlos Alvarez, a junior, at 5'11", 210 pounds. Another middle linebacker is Drake Copeland, another Sioux City native, 5'11", 210-pound sophomore. And Akil Mohammed, he's the outside linebacker, 5'9", 180 pounds, and a freshman. The corners are Antonio Brown Jr., 5'11", 180-pound freshman, and Zach Buick at 5'10", 170-pound junior. The safeties are Mike Green, he's a senior at 5'11", 185, and Kadeem Muhammad. He is 6'2", 215 pounds, and a senior. The Chargers defensively, they give up 124 yards per game on the ground, 282 through the air, 406 overall. Meanwhile, for the Lancers, they're giving up 198 yards per game on the ground, 302 through the air. That comes out to an even 500 yards. The defenses for both squads will have to play better today. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We're going to take a timeout, come back, and hear from John Micheletti, the head coach. That's part of the pregame show, the Sureco pregame coach interview. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Back in 2 minutes, along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT.
When you're ready to root on the home team, make sure the celebration includes 1919 root beer. 1919 is brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients, real sugar and real vanilla. The unique recipe and these choice ingredients make 1919 the creamiest, full-bodied draft root beer available. In addition, 1919 is alcohol-free and contains no corn syrup, gluten, or caffeine, and should be served cold or over ice cream. Available in 12-packs and single-serve cans at grocery, convenience stores, and restaurants. Try it today.
Did you hear the exciting news? Explorers Credit Union's community will now get a little larger. We are now able to serve 30 counties in southeastern South Dakota and northeastern Nebraska. This means more members experiencing banking different, more members experiencing the people first approach, more members experiencing the power of shared, more members experiencing people placed over profits. Discover the difference at Explorers Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit explorerscu.com today. Where can we take you?
Mount Marty Lancer fall sports are in full swing. Unfortunately, with them may come injury. The Yankton Medical Clinic provides patients with the latest technologies and procedures in orthopedic care. Orthopedic surgeons, Dr. Brent Adams and Dr. Jeremy Kudera, specialize in athletic injuries, including fractures and sprains, shoulder, ankle, and knee injuries, and more. They'll have your favorite athlete back in the game in no time, offering the highest level of care right here at home. Call the Yankton Medical Clinic today. So much care, so close to home.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MTRC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
Welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show. It's time for our coach interview. in the pregame, brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. I'm joined by head coach John at Micheletti of the Mount Marty Lancers. Just a few minutes away from kickoff, coach. Tell me about the Chargers.
Yeah, they're a young team, but they got some experience in the right spots. You know, their left tackle, I think they just moved to right tackle. Number 72, he's a pretty good anchor for their O-line. They got a big back in number 13 that's about 220 pounds, so you know, he's a tough guy to bring down. But they got some athletes on the edge too, so they complement themselves well on offense. Defensively, you know, they play well together and they make plays. So we'll have our work cut out for us today. Excited to be out here.
Obviously, you've got a challenge this week as they come off their bye week. This is the second time this season you've had to play a team directly off their bye. They had the extra week. What do you guys have?
Yeah, we have momentum. You know, I think we're getting better each and every week, and I think that showed last week, and I think we're going to build off on. I feel it in our team. Our team morale's high. Got a few guys banged up, but we have next guy up mentality, and excited to see those guys go out there and play. And I'll say easily in bye weeks, it's always a struggle for a head coach. How do you plan that bye week? Do you keep it as a regular week? Do you give them time to rest? Stuff like that. So neither are right, neither are wrong. It's different per each team. So you know, just hopefully we can keep that momentum going into this one.
Coach, you said you have a couple of banged up players. Give me the injury report going into this one.
Yeah, Matthew Ellis, one of our tackles, he's out. He's got a knee injury that he's battling. We should have him back here soon, but it doesn't look like he'll be back here with us today. And then Brody Peterson still battling that ankle injury. Did get X-rays done, but it looks fine there. Nothing too bad that we missed. So, but hopefully get him back by next week as well.
Coach, let's take a look at the Chargers offense. Their quarterback, a freshman quarterback, young guy, he has thrown 1 touchdown to 6 interceptions. Your secondary is probably the most experienced group you have on the field. What are you looking at with your secondary in this quarterback?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we're not giving him any clean reads. We don't want to tip off anything on the back end there. I know it's a lot of times the safeties can kind of tip off what coverage they're in, so we've really been stressing on that and disguising this week, making sure that our reads are in the right spot and, you know, making him uncomfortable to put him in situations where he's going to turn the ball over and do things like that, because we can really capitalize on that. And with our offense picking up the momentum, the more opportunities we give them to score, the better.
Throwing the ball is something that the Chargers have definitely gone to as their first option this season. They're averaging 30 rushing yards per game. What are you doing to stop the run?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we are gap sound. Obviously, that didn't happen a few times against Morningside. Got out of our gap, so really just concentrating on that and going back to the basics of alignment, assignment, technique, and with the D-line, it's all about get-offs. I'll talk about that a million times with those guys. It's all about how you get off the ball and react to the snap, because that can reset the offensive lineman in a bad way for them. So really want to make sure that our guys understand where to line up. Then it's all about effort after that. So making sure that we line up per play, per formation, so there's never any confusion on that. And I think we did a good job of that this week. Had another good week of practice.
Tell me about your quarterback, Torrin Devericks. We saw him against Morningside making his first start as a Lancer. That's a tough start to make against one of the top teams in the nation. And then, of course, he had to exit with an injury. You kept him out of an abundance of caution. What is this week looking like for him?
Yeah, he bounced back well. He's a hard one to rattle, that's for sure. That's one thing I like about Torrin. He's always, you know, in a good mood guy. He's always, you know, got a level head on him. So he's able to come in. He's ready to go. You know, past all his injury protocols and stuff like that, so he's good. I'm still saying Davian will get some reps as well in the game. I think they do complement each other well, you know, which is a good thing that we can use for our positives. So I definitely expect some good things out of both of them tomorrow.
Coach, one last question. Obviously, you're going to have a high temperature on the field today. 80 degrees is the high. You got turf on the field as well. It's going to be about 90 degrees on that playing field. Last time you were at Crane, had a lot of trouble with cramps on another hot day. How do you battle not only Briar Cliff but the elements as well?
Yeah, that's good. It's one thing that we talk about every week. We want to make sure that you know, starting on Thursdays, that you know they're hydrating heavily on those days, and then each day going through game day, do certain things with liquid IV packets. I know Coach Rosie's always using his expertise and knowledge on that stuff, so making sure that our guys are staying hydrated, you know, enough food in their system, make sure they're staying stretched out and all that stuff. And you know, like going back to practice, we had a pretty tough week of practice. You know, got them going in conditioning and stuff like that too, to try to combat some of that stuff. So anxious to see it today.
Good luck today, Coach.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you for joining me on the Dakota Beverage pregame show, brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. We'll be back on KYNT in just a few minutes.
Vision Care Associates provides excellent diagnostic care. Using the most advanced technology in the industry, the doctors offer their patients the highest standard of care, allowing them to diagnose and manage many eye diseases. Choose Dr. Anderson, Dr. Fieser, and Dr. Slowey for expert, personalized eye care. You'll be glad you did.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
My name's Jennifer Bolig, and I am a sales rep and design consultant. What's special about Slumberland is ours is a free service. They get to come into our store, and they don't have to pay for us to just help them feel at home in their space. It helps the customer understand how the space is going to work so that they don't feel nervous about their purchase.
The free interior design service from Yankton Slumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue. It's a good life.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs, from magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signage, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all: sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field along with Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom getting you ready. We're just minutes away from kickoff between the Chargers of Briar Cliff and the Mount Marty Lancers. They just had the coin toss, and it was won by the Lancers. They deferred, so it will be the Chargers on offense first to begin this contest. 73 degrees, sunny skies, just a slight wind. We're expecting a high temperature of 80 today here in Yankton, South Dakota. Great that you could join us, whether you're listening to us on the radio, watching us on KYN TV, or listening online anywhere around the world. And we want to hear where you are watching or listening to us from. Tell how can they do that? How can they get in contact with us?
Well, you can listen pretty much anywhere you have internet. You know, KYNT, you can stream on the Riverfront Sports app. You can stream that from anywhere in the world, as well as other apps like TuneIn that you can find radio stations. If you want to watch the game, you go to KYN TV. You find that on YouTube. You'll find it on Boxcast. You'll find it on Roku. Pretty much anywhere you want to watch the game, you can find it.
It will be the Chargers taking the field in their road white uniforms with the blue helmets, numbers and letters. The home navy blue uniforms for Mount Marty with the gold helmets and the gold pants. First half is being brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where their focus is always on you at Vision Real Estate. Jonathan Cardoza Chicas has it teed up at the 35. He approaches and puts the toe to it, and we are underway as the kickoff sails out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Tim Brown, the return man, just was dancing over there and watched the sideline and let it fall, and that was a good decision on his part.
Yeah, it was. You know, they're going to get pretty good field position starting it off. Instead of the 25, they're going to be starting at about the 35, so they got an extra 10 yards. Or extra 5, excuse me. Wait, no.
Well, it depends. They may make them re-kick it.
Yeah.
Well, normally they
that's what
do
I was
not
just thinking
do that.
about. But no, they should be starting at the 35.
And today's broadcast of Lancer Football brought to you in part by Cortrust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. Cortrust Bank, raise your expectations. Member FDIC. It's the pistol formation with Davies as the running back behind him, and it will be a handoff up the middle, and taking the football to the 39-yard line from the 35 is going to be Asante Anglin. So the young man who we thought was not going to play is actually in the starting lineup. He has been their leading ground gainer this year. And it's a gain of about 4 to the 39. Now an empty backfield with 5 wide receivers. Davies out of the shotgun, demands the ball. Pressure comes up the middle. Quick release. Stanton Lee catches it at the 45, turns to his left, runs out of bounds at the 48-yard line. First down. So Stanton Lee, the senior, that's his 4th catch of the year, gets a first down for the Chargers, who are operating from right to left on your radio dial. And the Chargers move quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Anglin, they'll fake the handoff. Davies throws, got a man, caught at the 40-yard line, pushed back, but it's a decent gain to Spencer George, the freshman out of Tampa, Florida. Move the sticks. That's a first down after a gain of about 12.
Dangerous pass, too. Middle linebacker Drew Pendleton was in the area. I thought he was going to have a lane on that ball to get the interception.
I'll credit Davies. He threw it actually behind the receiver, so that way it was actually away from that defender, and credit Spencer George with stopping, reaching behind him, and making a good play for a first down. Man in motion is Brown. 2 receivers either side. Anglin the lone setback. He'll stay in and block the blitz. Pass thrown incomplete through the hands of Okoro at the 35-yard line. Should have been caught.
Justin Chop was closing on him. Probably was knowing he was about to get hit. Ball just went through his hands.
Hearing some footsteps.
Yep.
Second down and 10 coming up. 13:25 left. First quarter just underway here between the Chargers and the Lancers. Both teams seeking their first victory of the season. Again, the empty backfield. 3 receivers now split out to the right, 2 out to the left. They'll change things up and now go with 2 backs standing in the backfield with Davies in the shotgun. Handoff. Anglin trapped in the backfield, thrown for a 5-yard loss. What a great play by the Lancer defense.
That was Cameron Middleton, the outside linebacker out of Montgomery, Texas. He's only a freshman, but man, did he make a veteran play right there. Bring up 3rd and long.
3rd down and call it 15 for the Briar Cliff Chargers. School out of Sioux City, Iowa. 3rd and 15, 2 receivers either side. Anglin stays in the backfield. He'll block, now release. Davies dropping back, sacked at the 45-yard line.
That's Tavita Tomasi, the junior, 6'2", 240 pounds out of Brentwood, California. And he put all of that 240 pounds right into the quarterback.
Wow.
4th and very, very long.
Yeah, the Chargers backed up all the way to their own 45. Remember, this set of downs started on the Lancer 40, so minus 15 yards on that set of downs. That brings out Christian Mendoza to punt it away. He stands at his own 31-yard line. And Jonah Miyazawa standing back at his own 15. 4 seconds on the play clock. Low snap. It goes through his legs. He's in trouble. He has to run. And he'll be tackled back at the 19-yard line. A miscue on special teams. And the Lancers are in business at the 20-yard line. That's where the referee puts the ball down. And the Chargers make a critical mistake. They went backwards a lot.
You know, it all comes back to that first decision by Coach Micheletti to defer right at the start of the game, put his defense on the field. He trusted them to go make a play, and they made 3 of them in a row. Lost yardage after lost yardage after lost yardage. Now they're starting in the red zone on offense.
And can't ask for much better than that. Lancers, with Deverix at quarterback, has 3 receivers out to his right. He'll hand off. Nishigaya up the middle. No gain whatsoever. Lancer football today brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. When you or your loved one needs care, no matter the time or day, you can count on Yankton Medical Clinic. Call your provider or visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. So much care, so close to home. 2nd and 10 coming up. Charger defense being tested early on. Receivers either side. Deverix, quick throw, low, caught by Miyazawa, and it is going to be only a 2-yard gain. And no, now they're going to say the ball hit the turf. Incomplete. Incomplete is the ruling.
Already 3rd down for the Lancers. They starting on the 20-yard line. They're still on the 20-yard line. They got 10 yards to go. You really got to do something with this possession.
Boy.
After that defensive stand that you just had, you got to do something here.
A lot of the winning teams capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. Briar Cliff made a big mistake on special teams. Let's see if the Lancers can cash in. 3rd and 10 coming up. Vigans in motion. Devricks drop back, being pressured, steps up in the pocket. He'll run, elude one man, but not the second. Penalty flag down in the backfield.
We'll see what this is. It could bail the Lancers out. If it doesn't, it's going to be 4th down.
It will be 4th and about 6, but the penalty is against the Lancers. And it looks like the Chargers are going to accept it. Holding is the call. And they'll catch Nick Morin, the right tackle, with that hold. And that is a bad break for the Lancers. Now they're backed up all the way to the 30-yard line. They need to get to the 10 for a 1st down. We mentioned Anglin, the running back for Briar Cliff. He had 79 yards on 24 carries. Getting the start today. Somebody jumped. Devricks throws the long ball down the right sideline. It is tapped and incomplete. No, it's a catch. Somehow Fitzgerald came down with it, falling out of bounds at the 12-yard line. But there's a penalty flag. I thought there was a penalty flag.
Well,
I thought somebody jumped, but no flag. Now it's 4th and 2 from the 12-yard line. Do you send out the field goal unit or do you leave the offense on the field? 10:48 left and counting.
First big decision of the game, and they're going for it, Steve.
Here in the first quarter, 4th and 2 from the 12-yard line. Devricks in the pistol. Somebody moved? No, they're going to say no offsides. Team looks back. The Lancers do the sideline. They'll get the play. Handoff. Nishigaya running to his right, breaks through, and he's got the 1st down at the 8-yard line. Gain of 4.
Coach Micheletti loves going for it on 4th down. I spoke to him in this week's Lancer Locker about what it takes to go for it on 4th down. Is it gut? Is it game situation? A little bit of both, he says.
Quickly, Lancers to the line of scrimmage. Devricks rolls to his right, throws on the run, got a man, it's caught! Touchdown! Touchdown Miyazawa in the right corner of the end zone. And for the first time this year, the Lancers are ahead in a football game. And they capitalize on that special teams mistake. They got the good field position, and they cashed it in.
Absolutely. You got to cash it in after that. On 3rd and 10, and then you get the penalty going back to 3rd and 20.
That was 3rd and 20, yeah.
Somehow able to get 18 yards on a catch by Trevor Fitzgerald, and then going for it on 4th down, and then the touchdown after that. What a drive for the Lancers.
Swan the holder. Cardosa Chicas blocked. It rolls on the turf. It's scooped up by one of the special teams players for Briar Cliff. That's Mike Green who scoops it up, but he's tackled. So the point after kick is missed. 10:09 left. First quarter. Lancers 6. Chargers nothing, back in 30 seconds with the kickoff. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT.
Looking for a new look for your business?
JJ Benji's is a great source for new company clothing for you and your employees.
Now, if you don't know what to get or what's new, JJ Benji's can help.
JJ Benji's has lots of ideas on what the hottest apparel items are, the most popular styles or material. There's always something new to get, and JJ Benji's is on top of it.
For screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products for your business, JJ Benji's, 201 Pine Street, downtown Yankton.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
Welcome back to Lancer football. They're up 6-0 on the Briar Cliff Chargers. 10:09 left first quarter. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Perfect for football. Kickoff. Going to bounce at the 12. It skitters away from Anglin, the return man. He scoops it up at the 12, then he slips. Tackled at the 15. Asante Anglin was not expected to play today. He's a 5'9 freshman out of South Bend, Indiana. Mentioned he had 24 carries, 74 yards. Was not expected to play. Wasn't listed in their two-deep lineup that we got. But he is out there today, and he is one of the key performers for Briar Cliff. They start 1st and 10 at their own 15-yard line. 10:06 left, first quarter. Lancers 6, Chargers nothing. Both teams 0-3 on the season. Shotgun set. Anglin deep in the backfield, takes the handoff, runs up the middle, has a hole, breaks through, slips a man at the 20, to the 25, to the 30, and there he's pulled out of bounds. Tackled on the right sideline, and a good gain by Anglin. Mortensen got the tackle. First down. Lancer football brought to you today by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Out to the 31-yard line. Gain of 16 on that last play. 1st and 10. Shotgun set. Handoff. Anglin up the middle. Tackled in the backfield. 2-yard loss.
Tavita Tomasi, once again, he had that big sack on 3rd down last drive. Now a big sack after a long run. Or tackle for loss after a long run.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Avera. Live better, live balanced. Avera. 2nd and 12 coming up here on the second possession of the game for Briar Cliff. They'll split 3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Anglin stands to the left of his quarterback Davies in the shotgun set. Claps his hands. Pressure comes quick. He'll step up, roll to his right, throws on the run, got a man, short gain at the 34-yard line. Catching the ball was Aaron Okoro. He is a freshman out of Bellflower, California. 9 catches coming into this game.
That was a good play by Luke Davies. You know, he had pressure all over him, rolls to his right, throws on the run, right on target to a wide receiver that was covered pretty well. He threw it to the only spot the wide receiver could catch it where the defender wasn't on him. Good second down, even though they didn't get very many yards out of it.
Well, they still face a 3rd down and about 7. Out of the shotgun, Davies drops back, has to roll out and retreat to his right. Throws near the sideline, throws it into the Briar Cliff bench. Incomplete. Bringing up a punting situation for the Chargers. When I was watching Davies in the pregame, he was impressive. I mean, going through his pregame drills, he's got a strong arm and a good release, good quick release. I see a lot of potential in this young man out of Yorkville, Illinois. But that time, he just had a ton of pressure coming at him.
Yeah, he really did. You know, they were all over him, and then the passing lane was filled by Brandon Dannenbring, making his first start at outside linebacker for the Lancers. He was in perfect position to make a pick. Nowhere for him to throw, so he just threw it out of bounds.
Mendoza gets a better snap this time, gets a good punt away. Miyazawa will let it bounce at the 30. It skitters away from him. He didn't touch it, and it takes a Charger roll all the way down to about the 8-yard line as Miyazawa ran up on it, and I don't think he thought he had a good angle to it and wasn't going to get there in time, so he let it bounce, and it took a big Briar Cliff bounce all the way back to the 8-yard line, and that's where Mount Marty will have it on offense. 1st and 10 with 8:03 left to go in the first quarter. It's Mount Marty 6, Briar Cliff nothing. 4th game of the year for both teams.
It's going to be interesting what Mount Marty's able to do here. You know, last drive they started at the 20-yard line of Briar Cliff. Now starting at your own 8. This is an entirely different ball game.
Talk about flipping the field there. Last time the Chargers made a mistake with their punting unit, gave the Chargers golden field position. They capitalized. Now, longer way to go as Deverick throws a quick out pass. Miyazawa catches it. He dashes ahead to the 17-yard line. Gain of about 9 over on the left side of the field. A little quick out pass, safe pass, and nice run by Miyazawa, who came into this game with 4 catches for 64 yards, including that 49-yard touchdown last week against Morningside. Quickly, Devericks demands the ball, throws on the run, got a man. It's Fitzgerald at the 40, tackled out of bounds on the right sideline. Green on the coverage, and what a throw and catch. And we got a penalty flag down. Oh, it might be, is it a sideline warning?
Yeah, I believe this is going to be something on the Mount Marty sideline.
Let's see.
Great catch from Fitzgerald.
Sideline warning. It's a warning only, so no yardage loss. However, the next time that happens, that will be yardage marked off. That's where you got to have your get-back coaches.
Yeah, you know, I've actually talked to Coach Micheletti about that. He has a couple of his coordinators and assistant coaches that are specifically there as get-back coaches for both the players and for him. He likes to run onto the field as well.
1st and 10, Lancers from their own 42-yard line. They operate left to right on your radio dial. Miyazawa comes in motion. Handoff, Nishigaya to his left, has a hole, but tripped up hard at the 45-yard line, gain of 3. Boy, he had a hole, but it closed quickly. Then his legs got taken out from under him.
Antonio Brown Jr. on the tackle. Only his 3rd tackle this season, but man, that was a big one.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're located on Broadway. 2nd down and 7 from the 45-yard line for Mount Marty. Vegans in motion, lines up at a wing back to the left side. Pistol formation, handoff. Nishigaya up the middle, has a hole, puts his head down across midfield. He'll gain enough for a first down to the 47-yard line of the Chargers.
Another first down for Mount Marty. They are driving. Started at the 8-yard line. Now they're in positive field position. Past midfield already.
And they quickly come to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Nishigaya has a hole to his left, slips, but he falls forward, gets to the 43-yard line. Call it a gain of 4.
Mount Marty is clearly wanting to run so far, but it's the passing game that has gotten them most of their yards in this game.
And they're quickly coming right back to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Devericks rolls out, sets up, throws a long ball down the right sideline, tapped away, incomplete at the 18-yard line. Intended for Fitzgerald. Making the play was Zach Buick. He's a junior cornerback out of Sacramento, California. That was a good defensive play.
It really was. You know, that would have been huge for the Lancers if Fitzgerald would have come down with that. Torrin Devericks right now, 4 of 6, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Kuanishigaya, 5 rushing attempts for 18 yards. He's averaging 3.5 yards per carry. This Lancer offense is clicking.
3rd down and 6. Coming up, under 6 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Lancers are up 6-0. They are driving at the 43-yard line of the Chargers. 4 down linemen for BCU. Deverick stands in the pocket. Now he rolls out, runs into trouble, throws on the run, caught. It's Nishigaya, or check that, Miyazawa with the catch, but he'll only gain a yard. And there's a good defensive tackle there by a couple of Chargers, including Zach Buick and Akil Muhammad. So Buick gets credit with the tackle. It's at the 41-yard line, only a gain of about 2. 4th and 4 coming up. And
Steve, I think they're going for it.
Well, the offense is staying on the field, so Coach Micheletti sending in the play. 4th and 4 from the 41.
Trusts his players, you can say that.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff, Nishigaya to the left side, changes direction, runs into trouble, only gains a yard. That's it, and the Charger defense holds. Good play by the Charger defense as Nishigaya wanted to run to his left, but was bottled up and had to change direction and then ran into a couple of white jerseys. We've got the officials signaling something. Sideline warning against Briar Cliff. So, team's very enthusiastic here today, and both teams have gotten a sideline warning. Boy, you don't see that in the first quarter. We got 5:04 left to play. 6-0 our score. Mount Marty on top of Briar Cliff. Chargers with the ball at their own 39. 1st and 10, their 3rd possession of the game. Davies out of the pistol, hands off. Anglin runs to his right, runs into trouble, got 2 yards, and that's all.
Briar Cliff starting this drive on the 39-yard line. They have good field position to start this off. That's what gambling does on 4th down. Sometimes it pays off, and it pays off huge like it did on the last drive for the Lancers. They were able to convert on 4th down and then get in the end zone on the next play. This time didn't go their way. Briar Cliff has good field position. However, Lancer defense playing well.
Anglin checks out. Dawson Forcella checks in at running back. He'll be in the pistol formation. Double tight end set. 2 receivers either side, 1 each side. Handoff. And this Forcella up the middle. The big back powers ahead. And a helmet comes off one of the players, but only a 1-yard gain. And that's going to be Isaiah Williams. So the starting guard for the Chargers, because his helmet came off, he has to sit down for 1 play, and we'll see who replaces him. Looks like they may go with a 1 less lineman. Is that no? They got 5 linemen there, so they got a lineman in quickly. 3 wide receivers, 1 back in the backfield. 3rd down, Davies throws quickly, got a man, bubble screen on the right side, no gain on the play as the receiver was bottled up right away. Kobe Johnson with the catch, only his 5th of the year, but boy, there were a host of Navy jerseys around him, and no gain on that play. Miyazawa's going to drop back deep to receive an upcoming punt from Christian Mendoza. He averages 40.5 per punt. Of course, he had a bad snap and got tackled on the first one. His second punt was pretty darn good. So we got 3:27 and counting here. Mendoza stands at his own 30. Gets a good kick away. Miyazawa. Fair catch signaled at the 22. And that's where the Lancers set up shop, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. It's the best season of the year. Fall sports. Spend your favorite season with America's favorite beer in hand, Bud and Bud Light. Grab some Butter Bud Light and cheer on our Mount Marty Lancers. We got, yeah, go ahead.
Steve, that was the first 4th down of the game where there was no mistakes made by either team. And we're 3 minutes left in the first quarter.
Yep, 3:19 left. First quarter, Mount Marty 6, Briar Cliff nothing. Gorgeous day for football here in Yankton, South Dakota. Out of the pistol formation, Devericks. There was some movement on the line. Handoff up the middle, and that's Nakia Johnson with the carry, and I don't think he got anything.
That's the 3rd time this game so far, and we're still in the first quarter, that I thought there should be an offsides penalty on Briar Cliff, not called.
Will be 2nd and 10 coming up. Nakia Johnson, he is a freshman out of Newark, New Jersey. He has 113 yards on 24 carries coming into today's contest. That's better than 4.5 yards a carry. 2nd down and 10, 3 receivers out to the left. Devericks wants to throw out of the shotgun, down the field, got a man, tapped away, incomplete. Intended for Fitzgerald at the 45-yard line of Briar Cliff. Mike Green breaks it up.
I tell you what, Mike Green was in absolute perfect position to get that pass breakup. If he'd have got his head around his shoulder about a second sooner, he probably would have made the interception.
He already has 1 on the year. He's a senior out of Granite Falls, Washington. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Mount Marty. Pistol formation, 2 receivers out to the left. And here's Devericks with a high angle throw down the left sideline, incomplete at midfield, intended for Jonah Miyazawa. So that'll bring up a punting situation for the Lancers as they go 3 and out.
First punt of the game for Mount Marty incoming. This is something they've done well all season. Cardoza Chicas has been a weapon. He's been able to flip field position for the Lancers in the first 3 games. We'll see what he's got today.
Yeah, he has 29 punts, averaging over 39 yards per attempt. He has a long of 54 on the season. Line of scrimmage is the 21. He'll stand back at his own 7-yard line. Not much pressure. Kick away, a little bit of a wobbler, but it'll take a Lancer bounce at midfield and tumble out of bounds near the 45-yard line of the Chargers. And that's where BCU will set up offense. 1st down and 10 with 2:28 left to go here in the first quarter. Lancer football brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway, or you can call them at 665-1222.
You know what's cool about Pizza Ranch, Steve? I don't know how this happened, but there is a Pizza Ranch pizza in our booth right now, and somebody just came and delivered this. And that was not here a second ago.
It just magically appeared. I read the liner, and it appears. I got to read more liners for them. I don't know. I didn't even see anybody come into our booth. 1st and 10. Davies drops back, throws a long ball down the middle of the field. Got a man. Caught at the 20. He's at the 15. Tackled at the 8-yard line. That is Kobe Johnson. 1st down, BCU.
Ball came out right at the end of that tackle there, but he's ruled down before the ball came out.
Yep, ground cannot cause a fumble, so the Chargers have it in great field position. Ball spotted at the 9. 1st down and goal to go for the Briar Cliff Chargers. Their best field position of the game. Forcella in the pistol formation is the running back. Receivers either side. Forcella up the middle, runs into the scrum and just pushes forward. Gets to about the 5. Call it a gain of 4. Just power football there for Sella. He's a big guy, 6'1", 220 junior out of Gray Bull, Wyoming. And now Kyler Peterson, the freshman out of Sioux City East, is going to be a fullback as they bring Anglin at the running back position. Kyler Peterson out of Sioux City East. He's at a fullback slot to the right of his quarterback. Anglin, the deep back in the pistol. Handoff. Anglin scurries to his left, runs into a wall, and trying to power his way forward. He'll gain a yard, and that's all. Down to about the 3.
First there was Jaron Mortensen, the strong safety. He filled that hole and was not letting him get into the end zone. Big third down incoming.
I think this is 4-down territory for the Chargers.
I don't disagree. They're down by 6. If you get the touchdown and the extra point, you can take the lead here at the end of the first quarter. I agree. Go for it on 4th if you don't get it here.
40 seconds and counting left in the period, 15 on the play clock. The Chargers actually huddle up, and they will approach the line. Pistol formation with the fullback to the left of the quarterback. That's Kyler Peterson. Handoff for Sella up the middle. He finds the end zone. That's a touchdown for Briar Cliff. 3-yard touchdown run for Sella, his first rushing touchdown of the year. Now pending the PAT, this could give the Chargers the lead. It will be Jonathan Branner to tie it up, make the attempt. He's 3 of 3 on the air. Stanton Lee is the holder, but no, they're going to go for 2. Stanton Lee takes the direct snap, but he fumbles the football. It's loose. It's on the 1-yard line. The attempt is no good. So the Chargers try to go for 2, and they do not make it. A bizarre call, in my humble opinion, as a standard PAT would have given them the lead. We'll keep it here with just 24 seconds left to go in the first quarter. We're tied at 6 as the Chargers tried to go for 2, and they didn't get it.
Yeah, that was a very interesting decision there, Steve. I'm not entirely sure what the thinking behind going for 2 is there. You go up by 2 points, which obviously a field goal or any sort of score for the Lancers would either tie or extend it with the safety there. So
I'm wondering
understand.
if he's thinking, that missed extra point. If you keep it well, if they get a touchdown, then they have to go for 2. At worst, you're tied. But I don't like ever second guessing coaches. They know more about football than I do,
Right.
and maybe they had a trick play that they had been working on. Maybe they saw some. Remember, they had that extra week to prepare.
2-point conversions are probably a coach's favorite thing because they always have a couple of plays in their back pocket that will never be used outside of the perfect situation. It's possible he found that there. Just didn't work.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you at Vision Real Estate. It will be Branner, I should say. He'll have it teed up and sends a line drive kick. Johnson's going to let it bounce into the end zone, and it is a touchback.
Goes into the end zone. Lancer offense out in the field. 1st and 10.
You got to credit that last drive by the Chargers, set up by that big pass play to Kobe Johnson, sophomore out of Omaha, and then Dawson Forcella cashing it in, the big 225-pound running back. And we are tied at 6. Just 24 seconds left to go here in quarter number 1. Johnson is in at running back for the Lancers. 1st and 10 out of the pistol formation, receivers either side. BCU crowding the line. They'll hand off. Johnson lost the football. It's on the turf at the 20-yard line or at the 22-yard line, but it's recovered by Mount Marty. Whew, dodged the bullet there.
Very, very much so, Steve. They dodged a bullet, and Kia Johnson just let it go, and fortunately he was able to jump back on it.
William Rao checks in, but we are not going to get another play done. We're done with one period of play. It's Mount Marty 6, Briar Cliff 6, back with the second quarter in 1 minute. You're listening to Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Be seen, get recognized, and boost your business with Riverfront Signs. We can help promote your business or organization with all your signage needs. See us for signs, banners, lawn signs, vehicle graphics, plus custom logos and graphic design. To get a free estimate on your project, go online to the website at riverfrontsigns.com. Get started today, and let's put your image to action at Riverfront Signs, located directly behind Riverfront Broadcasting on Broadway, and visit us online at riverfrontsigns.com.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom here live at Crane Youngworth Field in Yankton. Second quarter about to get underway. The score is tied up at 6 between Mount Marty and Briar Cliff.
It was a big first quarter for both of these two teams. They were able to get a touchdown on the board. Neither of them were able to get the extra point. However, Mount Marty, some big special teams plays in that first quarter.
We'll check on some stats in a moment here. Here's a long pass to a wide open Rao. Catches it to the 40-yard line to midfield. He's shoved out of bounds on the left sideline. Devericks to Rao. First down, Lancers.
That was a good catch from the big running back. He was streaking down the sideline. That was a high back shoulder throw. He jumped up in the air, turning in midair towards the sideline, able to bring it in.
And that's his first catch of the year. Quickly, Lancers to the line. Bubble screen, Fitzgerald to the right side. He's to midfield, to the 45, shoved out of bounds near the first down marker, but he'll be just shy. Depends on where they spot it. Waiting for the officials to put the football down. He got at least 7. Call it a 7-yard gain. And quickly, the Lancers, they're running the hurry-up offense. Quick pass, bubble screen Fitzgerald to the right, the left side this time. He's at the 40, to the 35, the 30, shoved out of bounds on the left side near the 28-yard line. First down, Lancers.
You know, Trevor Fitzgerald's one of these hometown kids that his position is an athlete. He can do whatever you want him to do on the football field. He showed that at Yankton High School, and he's showing it today.
And again, the no-huddle offense. Devericks going to hand off. Rao, the big running back, bruises up the middle, and he'll get about 4 yards or so. Ball was spotted at the 28. He's down at the 27. He's down to the 23-yard line. And again, quickly to the line of scrimmage come the Lancers. Receivers either side. Devericks, play action, rolls out, got a man, caught. Vegans at the 20 to the right side, pulled out of bounds at the 15, near the 10-yard line actually. First down, Mount Marty they've got this hurry-up offense going. They're just keeping the pressure on the Charger defense. And again, they come right to the line of scrimmage. Two receivers, check that, 3 out to the left. Rao up the middle, bottled up, and thrown back for a loss.
The give is to Rao.
The ball was at the 9-yard line. Now it'll be spotted at the 12. Loss of 3 on that play. Now the Lancers will take a moment to glance to the sideline, the near sideline here, and get the play. Just underway, second quarter. Lancers are driving. Second and goal at the 12-yard line of the Chargers. Pistol formation. Quickly, Devericks throws behind his man, incomplete, intended for Miyazawa. He went to the little pylon there at the right corner of the end zone, but the pass well behind him, incomplete, little miscommunication.
Yeah, you know, it looked like he was going about 15 yards downfield looking for the back shoulder. Torrin threw it about 10 yards downfield. It's one of those timing routes where Torrin's going to put it on a spot and the wide receiver needs to be there. They just didn't agree on where the spot was.
Third and goal from the 12. Rao, the lone setback, standing behind his quarterback in the shotgun formation. Now he'll clear out of the backfield to the left. Devericks has time to throw. Stands, dance in the pocket, throws to the 10, incomplete. Slapped away from Miyazawa, and making the defensive play there was Tulsa Janish, sophomore out of Parkston. Now the field goal unit comes out for the Lancers. So they got down deep. And Jonathan Cardosa-Chicas, 1 of 3 on his field goal attempts. This will be a 29-yard attempt from the center of the field, nearer to the right hash mark. Braden Swan is the holder. Not much of a wind here. Snap, good, on target. Kick on the way, has the distance. No good, wide right. I thought it was good for a moment, but it is no good. And the Lancers get deep into Charger territory, but are denied at 12:29 left here in the second quarter. We're still tied at 6.
You know, there were some good things about that drive, Steve. It started off on a rough note with Nakia Johnson fumbling the ball on the first offensive snap of the drive. He had to jump back and get it. They lost a couple of yards, but after that, they were able to drive the length of the field, get all the way down to first and goal, taking that lost yardage on first down. It kind of killed the drive. Then they weren't able to get anything on second and third. Missing the field goal, kind of the cherry on top. But good things on that drive.
Yep, things you can build on for Mount Marty. Now the Chargers with the ball. Davies drops back, throws over the middle. Sliding catch made at the 34-yard line. Spencer George with a nice play. The freshman out of Tampa goes down, picks it up off the carpet. That's enough for a first down out to the 33-yard line. Davies has a strong arm. Demonstrated it on that throw. Two receivers to the left, one out to the right. Play action. Davies throws. Left side got a man caught at the 42-yard line. That is Spencer George again. And will it be enough for a first down? Yes, they'll give him the forward progress of 10 yards to the 43. First down, Chargers. Davies sends two receivers out to the right. One out to the left, Anglin. Stands to his right in the backfield in the shotgun set. One wing back to the left side. Handoff, Anglin up the middle, has a hole, runs past the umpire. He's open to the open, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. Janofin runs him out of bounds near the 15-yard line. Nice run there by Asante Anglin. And what great open field running, especially to avoid the umpire who he almost ran into.
Yeah, he almost ran into Avery Rice, too. Was able to get around Avery Rice. Rice had a shot on him at about the 40-yard line. Getting past him was kind of the last man standing in his way, able to get all the way into the red zone.
They're at the 15-yard line are the Chargers. 15-yard line of Mount Marty. First down and 10 for the Chargers with 11:08 left to go here until halftime. Empty backfield. Now they'll switch things up. Lee moves into the pistol formation. Now it's a double tight end set with one receiver either side. Play action, swing out pass. Lee over his shoulder, too high, incomplete. A little swing out pass on the left side, but it was off target.
Second 10 for Briar Cliff. Mount Marty defense struggling right now. We'll see if they can hold them in the red zone.
Lancer football today brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Second and 10 with 10:52 left here in the second quarter. Game tied at 6. Chargers on the move. Two running backs in the backfield. Davies, hands off. Lee up the middle. Twists as he gets to the left side of the line. Gained about 3 down to the 12. Norman in on the tackle for the Lancers.
You know, Marcus Janofin on that last play was one-on-one way outside with their starting wide receiver, Kobe Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a similar look if they wouldn't go over the top to Kobe Johnson and make Marcus Janofin beat him in the end zone.
Three receivers out to the right, one out to the left. Lee, the lone setback. Davies out of the shotgun, throws to the left side of the end zone. It is caught but out of bounds. Incomplete. Okoro, the big 6'4" wide receiver, made the catch. They were angling towards the left side of the end zone. He went up in the air, came down clearly out of bounds. Official right on the spot.
Avery Rice out of his weight class on that one. Once again, he has 5 inches on Avery Rice, does that wide receiver, Okoro. Avery Rice, once he was in the air, waited until he made the catch and then pushed him out of bounds while he was in the air. Good job from the corner.
Jonathan Branner with a 29-yard field goal attempt. Plenty of leg, and it is good. 10:08 left to go. Second quarter. Briar Cliff 9. Mount Marty 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football on KYNT.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101. Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions. We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
Back here at Crane Youngworth Field on a gorgeous sunny day. Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. We've got 10:08 left to go here in the second quarter. Our score is Briar Cliff 9, Mount Marty 6. Fourth game of the year for both squads. Both teams come in with an 0-3 record. Briar Cliff just scored a field goal, a 29-yard attempt by Jonathan Branner. And he is now 3 of 9 on field goals this year. His long is 54 yards. He demonstrated that he has a strong leg on that last one. High end-over-end kickoff. Doesn't go very deep. Bounces at the 15-yard line. Loose ball covered up by Mount Marty. And that was Nishigaya who covered up the football there. It is bounced in the open. It was kind of in no man's land. And Mount Marty has it. First down and 10.
Yeah, that was a great job. Able to jump on that ball. He wasn't even the main returner that was supposed to be getting it. He came in from that second row and dove on that ball just before the defense got to him.
Yeah, because that's a live football. Once it crosses 10 yards, not like a punt. You don't let that one roll dead. 3 receivers out to the left. Now it's an empty backfield. Devericks throws, swing out pass. Nishigaya has it at the 20, slips a man, gets to the 25. There he's tackled. Good gain, about 6 yards on the play as the line of scrimmage was the 19.
Tackle by Pamir Williams.
Nishigaya and Williams exchanging pleasantries after that tackle.
They're going to say he's out of bounds at the 24, so let's make it officially a gain of 5. 2nd and 5 coming up. Lancers, pistol formation, 3 receivers out to the right side. Now Nishigaya clears out of the backfield. They'll throw it backwards to him. Slips a man at the 20, to the 25, the 30, and his steps out of bounds near the 35-yard line.
Still jawing at each other, those two. Nishigaya got the better of him on that one. Able to get about 15 yards in that swing pass and then stiff-armed a defender to the ground before going out of bounds. Good job from Kua Nishigaya. Now the Lancers, 1st and 10. They're driving.
Yep, pistol formation with 2 receivers out to the left. Nishigaya, handoff, has a hole to the left, slips behind a lineman, and he is tackled at the 38-yard line, gain of 4. Now Rao will come into the game, and he'll give Nishigaya a break. 9 minutes and counting till halftime, 9-6. It's Briar Cliff on top of Mount Marty.
Torrin Devericks is playing well in his second start as a Lancer. 11 of 17 for 143 yards and a touchdown pass so far. I'd like to see them go to the air here on second.
They'll keep it on the ground with Rao, who has a nice hole across the 40. He's 1 yard shy of the first down marker, tackled at the 43. He needed to get to the 44.
Hey, man, you got a big running back in William Rao. Give it to him. He's going to get some yards.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage. It's Rao with the handoff to his left. He has the first down. He'll get to the 45-yard line. Gain of 2. Move the sticks. First down, Lancers.
Rao on the carry.
Just power football right there. Lancer football brought to you in part today by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. They'll split out 4 wide receivers, including Jay Pruski, freshman tight end out of San Antonio, Texas, his first action. And it's a little swing out past Nishigaya, and he is going to be clobbered as the defensive back and the ball arrived at the same time. I think that was the linebacker for the Chargers, Akil Muhammad, freshman out of Waterloo. They tried that little swing out pass, and Muhammad came in there and just arrived at the same time at the football and just clobbered Nishigaya. Yeah. Incomplete.
Nishigaya took a real shot on that play. I'm glad he got right back up there, showing his toughness.
2nd down and 10. Devericks hands off. Nishigaya up the middle, has a small hole. He'll gain short yardage out to the 49. Call it a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 6. 7:40 and counting. 6 for the Lancers, 9 for Briar Cliff. As the clock stops momentarily here. I think we have an equipment repair. Nishigaya has to come out of the game holding his helmet. And now Rao comes in to replace him. Rao, a freshman out of Smyre, Texas. Scored the first touchdown in program history. That was week 2 against Jamestown. Touchdown run. It's 3rd down and about 6. Play action. Devericks wants to throw, swings it out. Fitzgerald on a swing out pass has it at midfield, cuts through back, makes a man miss, but couldn't evade Mike Green, who makes a great open field tackle at the 48-yard line. Fitzgerald was the safety valve. He tried cutting back against the grain, and he almost got free, but we've called his name a number of times. Mike Green, another good defensive play for Briar Cliff.
Yeah, if Mike Green doesn't make that tackle, Trevor Fitzgerald's taking that to the house. Absolutely nobody else there to stop him, and he's got wheels. It was good read by Torrin Devericks, however, on that third down, able to get rid of it right as the pocket collapsed on him.
4th and 3, and they're going for it. Pistol formation now. The empty backfield as Rao clears out. Quick pass over the middle. Reichen wide open at the 40. Struggles ahead to the 35. His first catch of the day. Rex Reichen, the junior from Yankton.
Rex Reichen has 18 receptions for 182 yards on the season coming into this game. He is their #1 receiving threat.
I think it was his first target of the day, too, as Devericks drops back, has time, throws a long ball, got a man, Fitzgerald. He's bumped. Penalty flag down at the 5-yard line. There's about 5 flags thrown on the field as Fitzgerald was open, and he got bumped well before the ball arrived down the left sideline.
Yeah, everybody and their dog knew that that was going to be pass interference on the defender right there. Trevor Fitzgerald in good position to make the catch, clobbered well before the ball got there.
Pass interference, 15-yard walk-off against Briar Cliff. It comes at the 6:21 mark, second period. And they're going to tag Zach Buick, the junior out of Sacramento, for the obvious pass interference. And in some ways I can't blame him, because that was going to be either a touchdown or a first down inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where defensive pass interference actually gave the Lancers less yards than they would have gotten if Trevor Fitzgerald would have made the catch.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Now Pruski comes in motion. Rao the lone setback. He'll take it off, running to his left, jumps through the line, dives ahead, gets down close to the 15. Call it a gain of 5.
Penalty flags again, Steve.
And we got another penalty down. Right at the spot of the tackle. Referees conferring here. So we got 6:12 left to go until halftime.
Judging by the spot of the foul, I wouldn't be surprised if this is on the tackle itself and the way William Rao was taken to the ground. Possible face mask or something incoming.
Well, neither team's backing up, so that's generally a telltale sign. No foul for face mask.
They were looking at a face mask, but after deliberation, no dice.
So it will remain a gain of 5 yards. 2nd and 5 coming up for the Lancers. Clock starts up again. 6:12 left. Handoff, Rao up the middle, spins, gets past the line of scrimmage, fighting for yardage, gets 2 yards, and that's all.
Another helmet hits the ground for Briar Cliff.
And that is Carlos Alvarez, the starting linebacker, a junior out of San Gabriel, California. He'll have to check out for one play.
That's a big play, too. It's 3rd down.
Yeah, Alvarez, one of their key defenders. 14 tackles, a forced fumble coming into today's action. And on a big 3rd down and 3, Alvarez will be on the sideline for the Chargers. Empty backfield. Now they'll switch things up. Rao stands in the pistol formation. 2 receivers to the left. To the right, I should say. Swing out pass. Fitzgerald has it at the 10. Dives to the 5. 1st down and goal to go for Mount Marty. There was 2 receivers only there and only 1 defensive back.
Trevor Fitzgerald is having probably the best game of the year. That's his 6th reception on the day, over 70 yards receiving.
He had only 8 catches on the season coming in. 1st and goal from the 5. Rao up the middle, fights, hit at the line of scrimmage, and only got about a yard. Tough running there for the big freshman out of Texas. He's got the only rushing touchdown so far this year. 2nd down and goal to go from the 4. We're under 5 minutes to go until halftime. Rao in the pistol formation. Takes the handoff, hit in the backfield, and thrown for a huge loss. 3 Chargers were there defensively, as that play didn't fool anybody.
Steve, I'm getting a bit of deja vu the last time the Lancers were in this situation. Inside the 10-yard line, they lost a couple of yards, came away with no points after a missed field goal. This Briar Cliff defense held then, and it's looking like it might hold now. 3rd down.
9-6 our score. Chargers on top of Mount Marty. 3rd down and goal all the way back at the 10-yard line now. Shotgun set. Devericks the throw. Rao stays in the block. Throws to the corner. Got a man caught. Touchdown! Miyazawa on a little curl route where he came back.
Miyazawa's 2nd touchdown catch of the day. He has 3 of them for 26 yards. For 3 receptions for 26 yards.
Yep, all 3 passing touchdowns have gone to the sophomore out of Honolulu, Hawaii, Jonah Miyazawa. Now it's 12-9. Very big extra point at the 4:04 mark for Cardosa Chicas. He had one blocked earlier. Swan is the holder. Long count. Swan gets it on target. Kick on the way. This one's good. 13-9. Lancers on top of Briar Cliff. 4:04 left to go until halftime. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the kickoff along with Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststripingsd@gmail.com. That's midweststripingsd@gmail.com.
Welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. It is 13-9. Lancers on top of Briar Cliff. 4 minutes, 4 seconds left to go until halftime. As Jonah Miyazawa has caught his 2nd pass for a touchdown. Both of them actually from 9 yards out. So his 2nd 9-yard touchdown reception of the day. And the Chargers held for a while, looked like they were going to force a punting situation, but the Lancers were able to convert on that big 4th down catch by Rex Reichen.
Yeah, they were. You know, Rex Reichen showing what a weapon he is for this Lancer offense all season. 18 for 182 coming into this one. He has 1 catch for 13 yards, that 4th down conversion you talked about today. But I really want to talk about Trevor Fitzgerald. We've been waiting all season for them to really get Fitzgerald involved in this offense. On the season, he only has 8 receptions. Today, he has 6, and he's already surpassed his yard total for the season in this game.
High end-over-end kick. Tim Brown from the 9-yard line has a hole, and he's at the 30. The 35 slips past the kicker and is tackled at the 44-yard line. Tim Brown, the backup receiver, return man, a freshman from Miami. Ironically, he wears number 81. Of course, we remember the Hall of Famer, Tim Brown, who played for the Raiders for many, many years. But I believe there's no relation in this. The Raiders, who are now in Las Vegas and actually having a pretty good season. So.
Yeah, I'm a Broncos fan. I don't like to talk about the Raiders doing good things, but, you know, I guess.
They've been down for a very, very long time.
I know.
So.
I've loved it.
As a Broncos fan, I would imagine so. 1st and 10 Chargers from their own 44. Play action. Davies loads up, throws a long ball down the left side at the 25-yard line and falling forward to the inside the 20 to the 18. That's Kobe Johnson, the sophomore out of Omaha. That was a great catch.
It really was. You know, he had Avery Rice draped all over him. He was making the catch, jumped up over the top of Rice, hauled it in.
And what a strong throw by Davies. I mean, that had some pretty good zip on it. 3:35 and counting left from the 19-yard line, 1st and 10, and there's a busted play, and Davies has to swallow it and is tackled back at the 24. That was a busted play. He turned one way. His running back went to the other side of him, and there was nothing left to do but improvise, and the Lancer defense was in there quickly to swallow up the quarterback.
Yeah, that's going to go in the books, I believe, as a sack, and good one for the Lancers, pushing him back out of the red zone.
Yep, back at the 23-yard line. 3 minutes left to go until halftime. Pretty quick moving game here. It's 13-9, Lancers on top of Briar Cliff. Second down, and we'll call it 14. Here's Davies. Play action out of the shotgun. Has to run. Stops near the line. He's surrounded and tackled. About a 2-yard gain, and that's all to the 21. Good coverage downfield. Davies did a good job of staying alive, but there was just nobody open, and he had to run. Didn't want to. Surrounded by about 5 navy-colored jerseys.
Yeah, and they were closing on him.
Yeah.
Salvador Chavez is the one who ended up getting it. Chavez was very quick getting off his block and able to get the tackle.
Chavez, a junior out of Monterey Park, California, one of the team captains for Mount Marty. Third down and 12. Coming up on the 2-minute mark here in the second quarter. Pistol formation, 4 receivers in the pattern. Davies has time, drops back, throws over the middle, got a man open, caught, touchdown. Touchdown for Briar Cliff. And that's Spencer George. Late flag on the play. A defensive back slipped for Mount Marty, and the Chargers scored the touchdown.
Yeah, that was Jaron Morrison in coverage. He was in one-on-one coverage on the post route. As he stuck his leg in the ground, he just slipped, leading to the touchdown. Looks like this flag going to be
assigned on the kickoff. It might be a celebration penalty.
Judging by when it was thrown.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Chargers after the play. It will be enforced on the kickoff, so that's a penalty on Spencer George, who catches his first touchdown pass of the season as the defensive back slipped for Mount Marty, and just like that, the Chargers are up by 2 with 1:59 left. Here's the point after kick. It is high, and it is long enough, and it is good. 16-13, Chargers on top of the Lancers, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
I wasn't worried about getting sick from vaping until my friend started having trouble breathing. I noticed I was getting winded too. We quit together. Now, we both feel healthier.
Seems like everyone's vaping, but when my little brother started, not good. I knew it was time to quit. Having a quit line coach really helped.
Use a quit line coach, and you are 2 times more likely to stay quit. There's no better way to quit. Make your quit stick. Call 1-866-SD-QUITS now. You're gonna love your quit.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Back here at Crane Youngworth Field, along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. 1:59 left to go until intermission. It's Briar Cliff 16, Mount Marty 13. Chargers just scoring on a touchdown pass to Spencer George. 21 yards officially on that play. And the Chargers back up on top by 3 as the lead has changed hands several times here in this first half. It will be Jonathan Branner teeing it up and kicking it off. High end over end kick caught at the 20-yard line by Mount Marty. Running to his left, tripped up for the Lancers. Not sure who that was. I think that might have been Nakia Johnson. Johnson with the, or no, that was not Johnson.
That was Connor Mulder, the freshman out of T, South Dakota.
Yeah, he's wearing a different uniform number today.
Number 6.
He is wearing number 6 instead of his normal number 12. So Mulder, I'll have to make note of that in our program. Did see some playing time in the first couple of games. Haven't seen much of him lately. And here's a handoff. Nishigaya running to his left, has a hole to the 30, the 35, to the 40, angling out of bounds near the 45-yard line. Good gain, first down for the Lancers.
Nishigaya showing his wheels on that play, able to turn the corner, and from there it was just all speed.
Both teams have their full complements of timeouts. Deverick, swing out pass, Fitzgerald catches it in the backfield, races to the right sideline, pushed out of bounds across midfield. See where the official spot goes. We'll go right at the midfield stripe, so a gain of 5. That does stop the clock, saves a timeout with 1:39 left. 16-13, Chargers on top of the Lancers. Second down Handoff, Nishigaya up the middle. He'll be close to the sticks. Only got 4 on the play. Let's see if the Lancers will use a timeout. Nope, clock still running. 3rd down and 1 coming up. One would figure that the Lancers may put it on the ground, try to get that 1st down. Clock will stop to reset the chains. Handoff, Nishigaya has the 1st down, gained about 2, and that's all, to the 43-yard line of Briar Cliff. 1st down, Lancers. Clock stops with 1:09 left. Now they'll start it up again as the ball is put down. The chains are set. 2 receivers either side. Rao stays in the block at running back. Now he'll release. Devricks, a ton of time. Over the middle, got a man. It's caught. No, tipped away, incomplete. Intended for Fitzgerald at the 15-yard line.
Oh, what a play that would have been if Fitzgerald would have been able to make the catch. 2 Briar Cliff defenders. The 2 in the area ran into each other. Fitzgerald would have been all alone at about the 10-15-yard line.
Yep, no, 2 defenders were there. The ball got tipped, but then the 2 defenders ran into each other. Unfortunately, the ball tipped away from Fitzgerald. 2nd down and 10 with 54 seconds left. Comes a man in motion. That's Hanson. Rao runs it up the middle. He'll only gain about 3 yards. And now a timeout called by Mount Marty. This timeout is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Oh, don't forget about their legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway, or you can call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break with just 48 seconds left to go until halftime. It's been a very entertaining first half of football as the lead has changed hands several times. Don't forget our halftime show is coming up here. It'll be brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. And during the halftime, we'll go over the stats. We'll recap the scores from around the Great Plains Athletic Conference and from around major college football. And then we're going to be talking with one of the coaches here at halftime. Tell, you had a chance to catch up with one of the Mount Marty coaches earlier this week.
I did. I talked to the head men's soccer coach, Carlos Cienz, and we talked about the season, what's going on for the Lancers, and their upcoming game tomorrow that'll be right here at Crane Youngworth Field.
And don't forget to check out Mount Marty Athletics webpage. You can find out everything that's going on because we got volleyball going on, we got men's and women's soccer going on, I believe cross country is going on.
And golf.
And golf. I remember one of the when I was covering Briar Cliff, one of the ladies on the basketball team also played golf, and I asked her what's the difference. Well, in practice for basketball, we have to run wind sprints. In practice for golf, we play more golf.
Yeah.
Something to think about when pursuing collegiate athletics.
Not a lot of running in golf, is
No, there isn't. Empty backfield on 3rd down and about 7. Pass Devricks, incomplete. Threw it behind Riken at the 30-yard line. That'll bring up 4th down and about 7 from the Briar Cliff 40-yard line. There's 45 seconds on the clock. Now, if you're Coach Micheletti, you will get the football to start the 3rd quarter. Do you play it safe, punt it away, trap Briar Cliff deep? You know, they would probably run out the clock, or do you roll the dice? He's going to roll the dice and gamble. 4th down and 7, the offense on the field. 4 wide receivers. There's a man off sides. Devricks is going to take the free play, throw it down the sideline, and it is going to be tapped away incomplete. Intended for Miyazawa down the right sideline, but there was a clear offsides penalty there. So that's going to set up a 4th and 2.
Absolutely. You know, there were 3 of them in the first quarter that you and I thought should have been called offside, Steve. This one, probably the biggest and most egregious of them all. This one did get called. Lancers get another shot on 4th down.
Lancer football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Buying or selling? Make the move with Mason. Visit movewithmason.com. And we'll have the freshman tight end, Jay Prusky, out of San Antonio. He'll come in here on 4th and 2. Rao the lone setback. Little movement on the line. No penalty. Didn't cross the neutral zone. Prusky shifts over to the right side at a wingback. Now they'll empty the backfield. Devricks throws, swing out pass. Rao catches it. He'll have the 1st down. Eludes one man but gets tackled at the 30-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down. Lancers. That will stop the clock with 32 seconds left. Chains are being reset. Mount Marty, 2 timeouts left. Devericks brings up the troops quickly. Now the clock is running. 28 seconds and counting. Rao swings out of the backfield. Devericks has time to throw. Throws it down the middle of the field. Double coverage. Tapped away at the end zone. Incomplete. Intended for Riken. Right at the goal line.
Yeah, that was good defensive coverage. 2 defenders in the area, and still Riken had a shot on that ball. Had it in his hands for just a moment before it was knocked out by the defenders.
Zach Buick with the coverage down there. I believe Mike Green was the other back there for the Chargers. 2nd down and 10 coming up. 19 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. Rao will stand to the right of his quarterback. 2 receivers either side. He'll stay in and block. Now he'll release. Deverick steps up in the pocket. He'll be sacked at the 33-yard line. And let's see if the Lancers want to take a timeout. Yes, they will, with 13 seconds left. This timeout is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break, as this has been a quick-moving ball game. But I'll tell you what, Tel, you were telling me before our broadcast today that there's more action coming up here at Crane Youngworth after today's football game.
Yeah, there is. You know, Yankton High School soccer is going to be playing here right after this broadcast. The men's soccer team is going to be playing, and then the women's soccer team directly after that for high school. Our own Josh Bolter, who's running camera for us today, is going to be doing play-by-play for that one. So we're going to, when we send off our broadcast, we're going to send it straight to him.
All right, so plenty of action here at Crane Youngworth Field. A gorgeous day. Temperature was 73 degrees at kickoff. We're supposed to have a high of 80, currently 78 degrees. Just ever so slight breeze here today. Just a perfect late September day across the upper Midwest. Perfect for football and for soccer. And we invite you to stick around for all the action right here on KYNT. 3rd down and 13. 13 seconds left to go in the half. The ball's at the 33-yard line. Devericks, play action, rolls out, makes one man miss, steps up in the pocket. Oh, he might have lost the football. No, he kept it. And Devericks is down at the 39-yard line. Might have been a face mask.
I'm absolutely shocked there was no call.
No penalty flag, as Mount Marty will spend their final timeout with 4 seconds left to go. Devericks was being pressured. One of the defensive linemen tried to reached out, grabbed at Devericks right at the helmet level. Devericks slipped by him, and I thought his face mask got pulled. His head did move a little bit in that direction, but no penalty flag called. By the way, this timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. No, don't forget about their legendary chicken and the best pizza. Don't forget, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway, or 665-1222 is the number to call. And I don't think the Mount Marty coaching staff too happy with that non-call. But
oh, absolutely not. No, they're not happy about that at all. You could see Torrens, his helmet move in the direction with a hand directly in his face.
That's
gotta be.
But the one thing I will say for the official, the referee behind that play, he was kind of shielded from it because he was behind and to the right, and the action would have been on the left side of the quarterback. So that angle, maybe he didn't see the fingers grasp. You can put your hand close to that area, but you can't touch the face.
All right. Either way, big yards for the Lancers. They've got to get 40 here on 4th down. They got 4 seconds left.
Yep, they're at the 39-yard line. Expect a Hail Mary pass as Deverick sets up, throws the long ball down the right sideline. Got a man who slips and falls incomplete at the 5-yard line. And that's how the first half will end. It's been a good first half of football. It's Briar Cliff 16, Mount Marty 13. After this timeout, we'll begin the halftime show brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. 2-minute timeout coming your way, and then our halftime festivities begin. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. You are listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football, brought to you today right here on KYNT.
Begin your next outdoor adventure at Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports.
If you're looking for ammo these days, the key words to remember are persistent patience. Dakota Archery has been getting shipments of ammo, but they have to limit daily purchases, and some calibers may not be available. So if you're looking for ammo, you're welcome to stop out or call and see what they have in stock.
Open every night till 8. Dakota Archery and Outdoor Sports, East Highway 50, Yankton, South Dakota.
Coburg Pioneer is now Aztec. Change can be good, and Aztec is offering a $1,000 sign-on bonus for day and weekend production shifts. New evening shift is $2,000. Walk-in interviews are available today for many positions like assembler, CNC machinist, electrician, machine operator, material handler, painter, quality assurance inspector, and many more. Click on careers at aztecindustries.com or stop by for an interview. Build your career with the group that's built to connect. From rock to road, aztecindustries.com.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966, and with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Give your home a fresh start and use the proven method of fumigation to take care of your pest problem. Olson's Pest Technicians will thoroughly get rid of pests so you can rest easy again. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KILL-BUG. That's 1-800-KILBUGS.
Hi, this is Dan from Vision Real Estate. Buying, selling, and moving, heck, they're all stressful. We get it, and that's why we've done a few things to help lighten your load. First, we'll give you some moving boxes just to help you get started. Then our clients are always welcome to use our enclosed trailer for free. And you know, our agents, they're all full-time professionals, so you can find us when you need us. Vision Real Estate, it's the right move.
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field. We're at halftime of our GPAC football game. The Mount Marty Lancers trail the Briar Cliff Chargers 16-13. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. The halftime brought to you by Yankton Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home. Visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. Let's check out the stats. I turn that over to my colleague, Tel Tanner.
Thank you very much, Steve. Let's go ahead and take a look at these stats. Starting off with Mount Marty Torn Devereaux, 17 of 28 for 186 yards and 2 touchdowns on the day. No interceptions. Torn Devereaux is playing very, very well today at home. Nakia Johnson, 2 rushing attempts for -3 yards. Torn Devereaux, 2 for -9. Kuanishigaya, starting running back, 11 rushing attempts for 51 yards, a long of 17. And William Rao, 9 attempts for 15 yards. And with a long of 5. Let's go to receiving for the Mount Marty Lancers. Got a long report here with a lot of throwing the ball here today.
Yeah.
Kuanishigaya, 2 receptions for 16 yards on the day. William Rao, 2 for 34 with that long of 29. Trevor Fitzgerald having his biggest game of the season. 7 receptions for 81 yards with a long of 25. He's averaging 11.5 yards per catch. Rex Reichen, normally their top receiving threat, only has 1 reception for 13 yards on the day. Austin Vigance has a catch for 13 as well. And Jonah Miyazawa, 4 catches for 29 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that catch by Reichen happened on a 4th down, so it only 1 catch, but it had a major impact in this contest.
It really did. Let's go ahead and go to the stats for Briar Cliff. Quarterback Luke Davies, 9 of 13 for 155 yards and 1 touchdown on the day. Neither team has yet to have a reception or fumble recovery by the opposite team. Dawson Frisella, 3 rushing attempts for 8 yards. Stanton Lee, 1 for 2. Asante Anglin, 7 rushing attempts for 58 yards. And Davies, 3 for -12. Receiving the ball, Aaron Okoro, 1 reception for 5 yards. Stanton Lee, 1 for 10. Spencer George, 4 for 56 in that touchdown. And Kobe Johnson, 3 for 84.
The field goal made today by Branner, that was a 29-yarder. He's 1 for 1 on extra points. Meanwhile, Cardoza Chicas missed a field goal attempt and had 1 of his extra points blocked. Looking at some of the team stats there, first downs, 10 for Briar Cliff, 16 for Mount Marty, 54 team yards rushing for the Lancers, 56 for Briar Cliff. Passing yards pretty even, 186 for Mount Marty, 155 for Briar Cliff. Third down efficiency, 4 of 11 for Mount Marty, 2 of 6 for Briar Cliff. Haven't been any fumbles, or there was one fumble, it was recovered, but no turnovers so far. And we mentioned that in the pregame show, that turnovers have been the big bugaboo so far for Briar Cliff. So far, they've got a clean sheet in that department. They had 12 turnovers in their first 3 contests, and they are taking much better care of the football in today's contest. It is 16-13 here at the break. It is Briar Cliff on top of Mount Marty. Let's take a break. We'll come back and check scores from around the GPAC Conference and around the country. This is the Yankton Medical Clinic Halftime Show. Back in 2 minutes along with Tel Tanner. My name is Steve Toom. It's great to have you here today. More Lancer football coming your way after this timeout right here on KYNT.
The aches and pains taking you out of your game, who are you going to call? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for over 37 years. Whether your game is sports related, doing household chores, exercising, or just day-to-day activity, and your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. Who are you going to call? First Chiropractic Centers in Yankton, Scotland, Bloomfield, Hartington, Wagner, and Tyndall. First Chiropractic Center, whole health with hands-on healing.
Your family is a part of the Hy-Vee family. That's why they're here in Yankton for anything you need. Looking for steakhouse quality beef, fresh produce, and organic options, or the best options for anything else that's on your list? Hy-Vee has the products you're looking for. Convenient aisles online shopping for pickup and delivery, and Hy-Vee deals with coupons and sales to make your shopping budget go further.
Where there's a helpful smile in every eye.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is everyone's favorite place to eat and catch the game. Whether it's dine in or carry out, Checkers menu has mouth-watering burgers, satisfying sandwiches and wraps, and of course, wings. With 17 specialty wing flavors, there's a sauce for everyone, like buffalo, spicy garlic, and honey chipotle. And don't forget to try their sauce of the month. You can get all these hot and ready to eat daily from 11 to 11. Checkers Sports Bar and Grill, 689-2244.
Welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field along with Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. A moment ago, we went over the stats, and we'd like to thank Explorers Credit Union for bringing us the game time stats. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. Now, let's check up on scores from around the GPAC Conference and around the country. The scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway. Tell what you got.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these scores. Northwestern over Concordia, 24-7, with 1 minute left in the first half at Concordia. Hastings and Dakota Wesleyan battling it out in Mitchell, 14-7 at halftime. Hastings is winning. 13 seconds left in the first half for Jamestown and Midland. Jamestown is leading 14-13 in a very close game. Doane and Dordt just started. They are 0-0 so far on the day. Let's go ahead and look at some scores out of the Valley. South Dakota State is up 34-0 over Indiana State, and Illinois State and Southern Illinois just kicked off. A couple of games coming up. South Dakota will play Missouri State in Missouri today.
Yep, that game a little bit later on today. What do we got from major college football?
In major college football today, there's a whole lot of action going on. First up, Coastal Carolina is up over UMass 50-0.
Coastal Carolina's for real, I think.
They really are. This is a good team. Georgia, number 2 Georgia, did beat Vanderbilt 62-0.
Sank the Commodores, so to speak.
Notre Dame and Wisconsin, a matchup of top 25 teams. Notre Dame is up 24-13 over Wisconsin. 9 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter.
I do have a final score in. It was Penn State over Villanova, 38-17. Those were the only top 25 scores, as Iowa's playing host to Colorado State a little bit later on this afternoon, in a big matchup in the SEC is Texas A&M against Arkansas. Now, that is on a neutral field. That is at the Cowboys Stadium in Dallas, Texas. So technically Arkansas is the home team, but you're playing Texas A&M in the state of Texas. Let's be real on who the whole team. But Arkansas, they may be back. They're ranked number 16 in the country, and Iowa State, number 14 in the land. They're playing at Baylor. That is a 2:30 kickoff coming up. So that's the second wave of college games coming up today across the country. So some big matchups there concerning teams in the Big 12 and the Big 10. We're at halftime here of this fourth game of the year for both teams. It's Briar Cliff 16, Mount Marty 13. And we're going to take a timeout. You got an interview coming up here after the break, and you had a chance to catch up with one of the Mount Marty coaches. Tell us who you got a chance to talk to.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Carlos Cienz, the head coach of Mount Marty men's soccer. You know, on the season, they're doing pretty good. They've got a winning record so far this season, and we just talked about the season as a whole, what's kind of going on, how they're doing, and why, and kind of a look at their game that's coming up tomorrow.
All right, that'll come up after this 2-minute timeout as the Yankton Medical Clinic halftime report continues here in just a moment. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Okay, Lancers fans, it's that time again. Time to bank some noise for this game break with First Dakota National Bank. Give me an S for all these great sponsors. Bubble over with glee because your nacho cheese is finally warm. And if you're cruising down the highway, keep an eye out for our return to the gridiron. Bank some noise with us at First Dakota.
Open a new account online today at firstdakota.com, member FDIC. Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wentz of the Wentz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Winston Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
See clearly? Drive safely at Abra Auto Body and Glass of Yankton. A cracked or chipped windshield can impair your vision, and we care about the people behind the glass. Introducing the all-day, everyday $199 windshield replacement. That's right, most windshields replaced with best in replacement technology and top quality materials for only $199. Call or stop in today at Abra Auto Body and Glass, locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81 in Yankton.
Locally owned businesses help build strong communities, and that's true with Triple Time Rudy's. You get a locally owned business that offers fuel discounts for Yankton's largest employers, supports local schools and events, and carries quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and Kaler Locker meats that customers love. Triple Time Rudy's is conveniently located at 17th and Broadway for your daily fill-ups and convenience needs. So pull in to Triple Time Rudy's today.
This is the halftime show of Mount Marty Lancer football versus Briar Cliff. I am Tel Tanner. I am about to talk to the head coach of the men's soccer program, Carlos Cienz, and we're going to talk about the season to this point. Coach, thank you for joining me.
No, thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Yes, sir. So let's go ahead and talk about the soccer team and what you guys have been doing so far this season. You're 3-2-1, and you're 1-1 in GPAC play. How do you think the season's gone to this point?
I think that it's been a good start for us. We're very happy with the work that the players have been doing and the way they've been taking it this year. I know that we just started the conference, so it's too soon to know if we're going to be or if we're going to have a successful year, but I think that we can agree that it's been a very good start for us.
It has been a good start. Obviously, you have a winning record. You're 1-1 in the GPAC, and then, of course, tomorrow you have a matchup with Briar Cliff on Sunday afternoon, and that'll be a interesting matchup in terms of the field. Crane Youngworth Field is going to see a whole lot of action at home this weekend. There's 3 football games and 4 soccer matches, and yours and the women's program at Mount Marty are the final 2. What do you think the field conditions are going to be on Sunday?
Great. We feel very comfortable at Crane. So far this year, we haven't had any bad results at home. And I think a lot has to do because the field where we play, we're used to. We feel very comfortable there. I think we have one of the best fields in our conference. So, yeah, no, we're excited. We're excited to play at home. We're excited to play Briar Cliff in our field and trying to do the best match possible.
Coach, one of the things that you have done in your time as the Lancers head coach is not only take them to the playoffs for the first time in school history, but you've established one of the highest team GPAs ever. What do you focus on in terms of inside the classroom and off the field?
I think probably one of the advantages that I have is that I'm from Omari myself. You know, I graduated from Omari. I'm very familiar with the faculty. I know how helpful they are. So I think it just mainly connect my players with the right resources. I don't think that there's nothing that I do specifically other than use the resources that we have. We have great faculty, great administration, people that really care about the students. So it's just been that, you know, being able to provide that for the players. And also I've been very lucky to having a really good group of students, athletes in my team. So,
Coach, you're playing in the GPAC, which is one of the best conferences out there in pretty much every sport. What have you seen from the GPAC in the last few years?
The GPAC is getting stronger every year. I think that, at least in our sport, every year we're starting to see more teams big national rank or receiving votes. It's exciting. It's exciting because we like competition. We like to face good teams, and being able to have that inside our conference, it's been like a great experience for everybody. I think that it's a huge motivation for our team, for our program, to continue to do better and be better every year. So GPAC is great, and I think that as long as we continue to push ourselves every year, we're going to continue to compete in this hard conference.
Coach Sands, thank you very much for joining me today.
No problem. Thank you so much for your time.
That was Coach Carlos Sands of the Mount Marty soccer program. We're going to go ahead and take another break. When we come back, we're going to be talking everything Mount Marty football and the start of the second half action. This is Tel Tanner on KYNT. It's the best time of the year, sports fans. Volleyball matches, soccer games, and Friday nights under the lights. Plus weekend tailgates, watch parties with families and friends. Big games on the big screen, at home or your favorite sports bar. And Mount Marty Lancer Fall Sports. Spend your favorite season with America's favorite beer in hand, Budweiser or Bud Light. If you love fall sports and you love drinking beer, grab some Budweiser or Bud Light and cheer on your Mount Marty Lancers.
At Avera, our orthopedic care and services are designed for every body and every age, which means Avera Sacred Heart Hospital in Yankton offers innovative treatment options customized to your bone, muscle, and joint needs. So whether you suffer from aches, breaks, tears, or dislocations, turn to the orthopedic team experienced in treating every body. Learn more by visiting the Avera Sacred Heart page on avera.org.
What he's saying is, if you adopt me, I'll be a great companion to you.
What she's saying is, if you adopt me, I will be a quiet, trusted friend.
The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats ready for adoption. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you $200 or more in vet care. See available pets at heartlandhumanesociety.net or stop at 3400 East Highway 50, Yankton.
With grain carts getting bigger and better every year, don't you think it's time to outfit them accordingly? Sherco's 4500 Series HD electric tarp works seamlessly with existing Sherlock tarps. The heavy-duty extruded arms are the strongest on the market and come with a lifetime warranty. Operating is easy and convenient with one of our smart remote options that let you open and close your tarp with the push of a button. Call to order yours today at 1-800-474-8756. Make it Sherco.
Getting you ready for the second half of today's football game between Mount Marty and Briar Cliff. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. We're just about ready to start the third quarter. It's Briar Cliff 16, Mount Marty 13. The second half brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust Bank, member FDIC.
That first half was extremely back and forth from both teams. We saw a lot of good things from the Lancers, a lot of good things from the Chargers, and no turnovers, something that has been a thorn in the side of the Briar Cliff Chargers that has not been an issue so far today.
Teeing it up is Jonathan Branner, and back deep is Mulder, but it's going to be one of the upbacks. McCombs taking it at the 18-yard line, running to his left, has a little bit of a seam, gets out to the 30, tackled at the 32.
That's McCombs on the
And here we go. The Lancers deferred to start the game for this exact situation. They wanted the ball at first to start the second half. They're down by 3. Let's see if they can change that.
Great to have you here today, joining us on the radio, or perhaps you're joining us online or watching via KYN TV. He's Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. 4th game of the year. Both teams are 0-3 as the Lancers will start operating right to left on your radio dial. Pistol formation. Devericks at quarterback puts Fitzgerald in motion. Handoff. Nishigaya has a little bit of a hole. Runs to his left, and he'll get to the 36. Maybe the 37 with the forward progress. If so, that's a gain of 5.
Nishigaya running hard on his first carry of the second half. Let's see what they've got on second down.
At times, Mount Marty went with the hurry-up offense. This time a little more deliberate. They'll put Fitzgerald in motion from left to right. Handoff Nishigaya up the middle. Scampers past the 40. Brought down at the 41. It'll bring up 3rd and 1.
Just short of the first line.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference. ExplorersCU.com, where the focus is on people, not on profits. 3rd and 1 for the Lancers. Pistol formation, receivers either side. Briar Cliff showing blitz. Nishigaya has the first down across the 45 to the 48-yard line. Almost broke it. First down, Lancers.
Nishigaya running hard so far, and the Lancers coming out in this second half, they have committed to running the ball, and it is working. They're at the 49-yard line.
1st and 10, Mount Marty. Here comes Fitzgerald in motion from right to left. Devericks wants to throw, lobs a pass down the sideline, beyond Nishigaya. Incomplete, penalty flag down near the 35-yard line.
Miyazawa was stuffed in the middle of that route. I wouldn't be surprised if this is defensive pass interference.
Well, you figure pass interference or holding, one of the two. Holding. And they're going to tag Zach Buick, the junior out of Sacramento. That's only a 5-yard walk-off, but it is a first down. And that will put the ball at the 41-yard line of Briar Cliff. First down and 10. Mount Marty just underway, 3rd quarter, 13:35 left. 3-point lead for Briar Cliff at 16-13. 2 receivers out to the left. Nishigaya the lone setback. Play action. Devericks rolls out. Steps up. Throws down the left sideline. Got a man over the head of Nishigaya. Out of bounds. Incomplete.
Looks like Torin just threw that one away. That was well out of bounds over the head of Nishigaya.
And on a first down play, that's not a bad decision. If it's not there, live to fight another day. 2nd down and 10 for Mount Marty. Lancers football brought to you by Slumberland. They have free interior design service plus great brands like Tempur-Pedic, Lazy Boy, and Flex Steel. It's Slumberland on Broadway in Yankton. 2nd and 10. Fitzgerald in motion right to left. Handoff up the middle. William Rao in at running back. He'll spin and only get a yard. He battles in the middle of the line. 3rd down and 9 coming up for Mount Marty.
Another big 3rd down for Mount Marty. However, at this stage in field position, they're on the opposing 40-yard line. For Coach Micheletti, who loves to go for it on 4th, I wouldn't be surprised if this is 2-down territory here.
Vigans out. Checking in as a wide receiver is Charlie Gale. He'll split out as a receiver along with Fitzgerald to the left. Riken out on the right side. Here comes Gale in motion from right to left. Devericks has time, stands in the pocket, throws, got a man caught at the 30-yard line. Fitzgerald makes a man miss to the middle of the field in the 25, brought down at the 23-yard line. First down, Lancers.
I'm telling you, Steve, this guy, Trevor Fitzgerald, is just talented. He is an athlete that can do whatever you need him to do on the football field. Big catch from the freshman.
And the Lancers go quickly with 4 wide receivers. And it's Devericks on a broken play. I thought he was going to hand off to Rao. He'll take it himself. Quarterback draw up the middle to the 26. 2nd down and about 8 coming up. Gale out. Vigans in. Charlie Gale is a freshman out of North Platte, Nebraska, in there for a couple of plays. Vigans, he's a freshman out of Brandon. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Couple receivers out to the left. Double tight end set. Play action. Devricks throws. Got a man wide open. Miyazawa at the 15. Steps out of bounds near the 13. Should have the first down.
Complete to Miyazawa.
He was
Antonio
wide
Brown,
open. Yeah.
He was. Antonio Brown Jr. came screaming in to lay a hit on Miyazawa, just juked him out, stepped out of bounds.
Yep. Did they give him the first down?
They did not.
No.
Yard
3rd and
short.
1 coming up. Rao the lone setback. He'll get it. Loses the handle. Makes a man slip in the backfield. Runs to his left. He'll get to the 14-yard line. Is that enough?
It's like they're going to spot him just about a half yard short. It's going to be like 4th and inches.
4th and inches indeed coming up for Mount Marty. They're going to go for it. Devricks in the pistol formation. Hands off. Rao up the middle. Leans forward. Did he make it? It's going to be close. Briar Cliff saying no. He didn't make it. What a great stand by the Charger defense as they turn away Mount Marty on 4th and 1 at the 14-yard line.
We've seen a couple of those today. Mount Marty loves going for it on 4th down. If the chance is there, they're going to take it. Coach Micheletti loves to trust his players. The opposite side of it is it's a gamble. Sometimes you don't win.
Tip your cap to the Charger defense as they held there as the big fullback out of Texas, Rao, was stopped. 1st down and 10 now for the Chargers. They'll have the shotgun set with 2 running backs in the backfield, 2 receivers out to the left. Davies hands off up the middle, spinning his way through traffic is Asante Anglin, and he'll get about 1.5 yards.
Anglin in the first half, 7 rushing attempts for 58 yards. He averaged 8.3 yards per carry. There was not much slowing him down.
You know, these teams are a mirror of each other, and I think so, like their running backs are mirrors of each other. Nishigaya and Asante, both small backs, very shifty, very quick. 2nd and 9 coming up. 2nd and 8 coming up. They'll officially give him 2 yards on that last play. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Here comes a man in motion. That's Craigor Clark, the tight end. He moves from left to right. Play action. Davies, pocket collapsing. He'll step up, throws, safety valve. Asante catches it at the 21. Short gain on the play. It'll bring up 3rd down and about 3. Good pocket awareness there by Luke Davies, the freshman quarterback out of Yorkville, Illinois. They'll bring in some Nord personnel.
Lancers turn it over on 4th down. Now the defense has a chance to get off the field, force a 3 and out, give it right back to their offense.
3rd down and 3 coming up for Briar Cliff. 2 backs in the backfield. Peterson at fullback, Asante at halfback, shotgun set. Asante, left side, tries to sweep it to the outside. He can't turn the corner, and he'll lose 1 yard on the play. What a charge by the Lancer defense as they shut down Briar Cliff, and out comes the punting unit.
The initial stop for the Lancers. 4th down.
Mount Marty defense has played well so far today, Steve.
They have. 16-13, 9:20 and counting, 3rd quarter. Briar Cliff on top. They'll send out Christian Mendoza to punt away. Miyazawa stands at his own 43-yard line. Chargers operate left to right on your radio dial. Long count. Snap on target. Not much pressure. They try a jump pass, but it's incomplete. They went for it on 4th down. And the fake punt is no good as they try to jump pass. I don't think I've seen that since maybe Tim Tebow when he was a freshman for Florida. Before that, you probably got to go back to the 1950s. And yes, that's even before my time.
I'll give you one from a couple of years ago. Dontari Poe in the NFL did it.
Yeah, but that's a rare play, and the fake punt does not pay off for Briar Cliff. And Mount Marty has it 1st and 10 from the Charger 21-yard line. Another miscue on special teams, and it sets up the Lancers with golden field position.
Well, Lancers turned it over 4th and 10, on downs on 4th down just a moment ago, right here, and they're already back.
Nakia Johnson up the middle, tackled from behind by Asi Tapua, I should say, the senior out of Lake Stevens, Washington. Short gain on the play.
Tupa on the stop for the Chargers.
Tapua has been with this program for 4 years. Stayed through the coaching change. 2 receivers to the left. Play action. Devericks throws. Got a man. Miyazawa catches it, and he'll be tackled right at the first down sticks, but a yard shy.
Brown Jr. on the tackle.
Miyazawa did not go down easily there. Antonio Brown Jr. had to fight with him for a couple of seconds and then threw him to the ground.
Yeah, and I think Miyazawa is still down. As the clock stops with 8:28 left, and the training staff has to come over from the other side of the field. We got a break in the action. It's brought to you by the Mount Marty University Tobacco Prevention Program. The MMU campus is tobacco-free. Join us and break the tobacco habit. As the teams will huddle up here, hopefully nothing more than a cramp. It is hot down here, but the way Miyazawa went down was kind of at an awkward angle, and you just hope for the best here. As we have 8:28 left, and while we got a break in the action, we'll keep it here. Hey, you got some score updates for us, Tell? Let's get a scoreboard update that's brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. Tell, what do you have for us?
Well, start of the third quarter, Midland and Jamestown still battling 14-13 Jamestown. Dakota Wesleyan and Hastings. Hastings now has the lead, 16-13 on the road. 7 minutes, 14 seconds remaining in that one. Northwestern 24-7 over Concordia, and Dorton Doan still no score update out of that one.
And don't forget the Lancers will have a home game next week. They'll start off the month of October against Northwestern. And Miyazawa up and jogging off the field under his own power. That is a good sign. He has had a big day so far, 2 touchdown catches for the Lancers.
Absolutely love to see Miyazawa up and moving there. But Steve, I gotta ask, did you say October was next week?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
boy,
man.
this month has gone by at lightning speed, it seems. 3rd down and 2 coming up. Ball at the 13-yard line as we get back to action here. Johnson in at running back. Receivers either side. Now here comes a man in motion. It will be Johnson up the middle. Breaks through the line. He's through the 5 to the 1. Did he make it? No. Down at the 1-yard line. But a 1st and goal and a great run by Nakia Johnson, the freshman from Newark, New Jersey.
Oh, I really thought he was in there, Steve. He was battling for every yard. Now he's got less than 1 to go.
1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Johnson, the handoff, hitting the backfield. He struggles. He gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty Lancers with 7:54 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Late flags are down, and again, this could be a penalty assessed on the kickoff. Could be unsportsmanlike conduct.
Vigance is clapping his hands for Mount Marty.
Well, could be a little extracurricular activity after the play.
Another flag has now just come
Now another flag. That's from the
sideline
over at Briar Cliff. My goodness, penalty flags all over the field.
Couple flags and a hat on the field.
And one of the officials threw his hat down.
Yeah, there was so many flags, he ran out of flags to throw. Had to throw his hat.
Well, this will be an interesting call as the umpire will, or the referee rather, will talk with the linesmen as they'll have to go over things here. We may need a law degree to figure out who's being penalized and how this is all going to be sorted out in the final analysis.
Steve, I got a question. After the referee throws his first 2 flags, then his hat, what does he throw next after the hat?
Maybe his whistle. I don't know. Let's hear. Sportsmanlike conduct against Briar Cliff. Against the head coach. The first towards disqualification. 30-yard penalty enforced on the kickoff. So one of the players tagged for Briar Cliff was Christian Balmer, a freshman out of Everett, Washington. As I believe he is he's one of their backup linebackers. Was in on that last play, and then an extra one against the coach. So that's a double penalty. But first we've got the point after kick by Cardosa Chicas out of the hold of Braden Swan. It's down, kick on the way. It is true. 7:54 left. Lancers 20, Chargers 16. Back with the kickoff after this 30-second break. Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty Football on KYNT.
We can help you achieve your fitness goals while in the comfort of your own home. Hi, this is Ken with Ace Bike and Fitness. With our full line of exercise equipment from top brands such as True Fitness and Spirit Fitness, You'll get your innovative technology and high-quality machines that will withstand the toughest workouts day after day. Take your fitness to the next level with a treadmill, elliptical, or bike from Ace Bike and Fitness, 2404 Broadway in Yankton.
Well, a lot of penalty flags hit the field after that last scoring play, and it will be 2 unsportsmanlike penalties assessed on the kickoff against Briar Cliff. It is Mount Marty 20, Briar Cliff 16, 7:54 left to go here, third quarter of play. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. As things have been quite spirited out here, we've had, about 4 unsportsmanlike conducts. We've had sideline warnings against both teams.
Yeah.
We've had some penalties for unsportsmanlike conduct after scoring plays.
And then there was a couple of chippiness plays where a couple of players were exchanging extracurriculars after the play that I was wondering if there'd be a flag thrown.
You know, I've been broadcasting sports for longer than I'd like to say. This is the first time I have ever seen a team kick off from the 35-yard line of the opposing team. Okay, I've been doing this for over 35 years, people. I've never seen this. And they're going to try an onside. Why not? Ball's loose, and it's collected by Briar Cliff. I think that was Stanton Lee who fell on it. It was the senior. And why not try an onside kick?
Even if you didn't get it, but they're set up at the 25. Like, you didn't lose anything.
Yeah, if you kick it deep, it's a touchback. It goes to the 25. So why not try an onside kick? And a good play by Stanton Lee to be patient, let that ball roll to 10 yards because the kicking team can't touch it till then. And then he smartly just fell on the ball. Stanton Lee, he's a senior out of Hawaii. He's been with the program for quite some time. All 4 years there at Briar Cliff for that young man. And it is first down and 10. Chargers from their own 24-yard line. Handoff, running play up the middle. Nothing there at all. Just a wall of jerseys, and somebody lost a helmet as carrying the football was Anglin. And we'll have to have a man come out. That is, I think it was Gavin Craig. Yep, so they'll bring in a nickel back and Braden Swan to replace him. So that running play went nowhere at all. It'll be second down and 9.
It is second down.
As the down indicator on the far side of the field was off, it said fourth down. It was clearly not fourth down. Lancers by 4, 20-16 here. 7:20 left to go. Third period of play. Empty backfield. Davies throws, quick out pass. Lee catches it at the 31 and is tackled immediately by Genofen. Marcus Genofen, the sophomore out of Crosby, Texas. Short gain on the play, but decent gain of about 5. Sets up third down and about 3.
That was a pretty good comeback route by Aaron Okoro there. He's a 6'4", 210-pound wide receiver. He is a big man, and he can move.
Genofen will line up against him. 3 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Genofen is covering, and there's a catch made at the 35-yard line by Okoro, and that is enough for a first down. Aaron Okoro, the freshman out of Bellflower, California, and he got a good 5 yards there as Genofen came up a little bit wobbly, holding his right hand, but he's going to stay in the game. First and 10. Chargers, 3 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, out of the shotgun. Davies, quick throw down the left sideline, got a man caught at the 30-yard line, breaking through and going all the way is Kobe Johnson. That's going to be a 65-yard touchdown pass for Briar Cliff. What a throw by Davies.
Perfect throw. You literally cannot throw it any better. Perfect bucket right over the shoulder of the wide receiver. Justin Chop in position. But as he swatted at the ball, I think he thought he made contact with it for a second because he slowed up and the wide receiver was able to get a step on him and lead him to the end zone.
A great over-the-shoulder catch by Kobe Johnson, sophomore out of Omaha. And the Chargers back up by 2. High snap brought down by Lee. Point after kick. No good. That could be important. 22-20 our score. Chargers on top of the Lancers. 6:09 left, third quarter. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football on KYNT.
Pizza isn't just for lunch or dinner, it's also for breakfast. This is Annie from Yankton Pizza Ranch, and right now you can have our delicious breakfast pizza frozen and then baked fresh in your kitchen. Right now, our breakfast pizzas are buy two, get the third free. Grab one or three today at Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, 665-1222.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Back and forth we go here at Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tell Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. 6:09 left, third quarter. Briar Cliff, 22. Mount Marty, 20. The 65-yard touchdown pass moments ago, Davies to Johnson, but the point after kick was missed. So now it's only a 2-point lead as the teams have traded leads all day long.
You know, this game is pretty much exactly what I thought it was going to be. Back and forth between two pretty equally matched teams. And we are seeing it as about midway through the third quarter.
And here's Branner with the kickoff. It will be Mulder at the 15-yard line, has a hole up the middle to the 25, to the 30. End of the road is the 32-yard line. Connor Mulder. And that's where Mount Marty will have it, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you today by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. Devericks has gone all the way at quarterback, has played a good game today. 1st and 10. He'll have a running back standing to his left, and now puts Miyazawa in motion. He'll hand the ball to him. It's an end around at the 30, the 35, angles to the left sideline, tapped out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Decent gain on the play. Player down for Briar Cliff in the backfield, and I believe that is Akil Muhammad, one of the linebackers, a freshman out of Waterloo. And he has had a pretty good game today for Briar Cliff. Breaking the action brought to you by the Mount Marty University Tobacco Prevention Program. The Mount Marty campus is tobacco free. Join us. Break that tobacco habit. 5:54 left, third quarter. Briar Cliff, 22. Mount Marty, 20.
You know, speaking of injuries, it was good to see Jonah Miyazawa back in the game on that last play for Mount Marty. And he exited with an injury just a moment ago.
And it is indeed Akil Muhammad. He is walking off the field under his own power. Always good to see. As the teams retreat to their respective sidelines, huddle up, get some instruction from their coaches, and we'll get things underway once again. Next week, Mount Marty at home, Northwestern. The opponent. 1 o'clock kickoff. We begin our pregame show at 12:05.
You know, one thing with this Mount Marty offensive line that we haven't seen today is the switching up, the injuries that we've seen in the first 4 games. There's always been something that has had a substitution come in on the offensive line.
Play action. Devericks rolls out to his right, runs into his lineman, slips away from one lineman. He'll tuck it and run, directing traffic to the left sideline. Tackled out of bounds, and a penalty flag down. And Devericks was hit after he was out of bounds. I would think that'd be a late hit, but we may have a holding. This could be offsetting penalties when all is said and done. Referees conferring at the 43-yard line. Clock stops, 5:33 left here in the third quarter. So they'll sort things out. No foul, so no holding, no block in the back, no late hit. They'll let the play stand. And Devericks made it all the way to the 48-yard line. That's enough for a Lancer first down. Chains are set. And Devericks will shift his personnel around, send 4 wide receivers out to the left. Now they'll move, switch over to the more standard formation with 1 running back in the backfield, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Devericks rolls out to his right, loads up, throws the ball down the middle of the field into double coverage, tipped away, incomplete at the 15-yard line. Intended for Riken, but there were 2 defenders there.
Rex Reichen's been double covered all day. We've talked about how Trevor Fitzgerald and Jonah Miyazawa are getting a whole lot of work, and a lot of that is due to Rex Reichen being double covered over the top just about every play. They know he's the #1 threat for Mount Marty, and they're trying to take him out of the game.
Yeah, Reichen's averaged 6 catches a game through the first game. He's only got 1 catch today. But Miyazawa and Fitzgerald having big days. Handoff, Nishigai up the middle, has a hole into Lancer territory to the 40 to the 39-yard line. Move the chains, 13-yard gain, first down, Lancers.
Nishigaya flexing his muscles. He knows that that was a big man run right there. He lowered his shoulder, ran into a guy, and just kept moving.
4:45 and counting here in the third quarter. Chargers up by 2 at 22-20, but Mount Marty is driving. Receivers either side, hits Fitzgerald in motion. Handoff Nishigaya up the middle, runs into a linebacker, and is stopped at the 35-yard line, gain of 4. You know, on the tackle there was Jacob Rader. He is a freshman out of Lawton, Iowa. Second down and 5 coming up. Make it 6, actually. They got to get to the 29-yard line for a first down. They'll split Fitzgerald out to the right. Miyazawa out to the left. Now Vigans and Reichen split out either side. Nishigai in motion, empty backfield. Quick pass, slant over the middle, incomplete, well behind Reichen at the 25-yard line.
Reichen was open over the middle there, too. Would have been a big gain on second down for the Lancers. Now third.
Yep, third down and 6 coming up. Clock stops with 3:58 left to go here in this third quarter. So we've been moving along at a brisk pace today. And now the officials will stop things. Officials timeout. And we have to have a substitution for the Chargers on defense. Montgomery is checking out. Looks like Devin Applewhite replacing him on the defensive line.
MJ Montgomery's been big all day. He had 2 sacks in the first half.
Third down and 6. Double tight end set. 2 receivers to the right. Play action. Deverix throws. Got a man. Picked off at the 30-yard line. Down the left sideline. That is the defensive back for Mount Marty, or for Briar Cliff. And that is actually the outside linebacker, Akil Muhammad. He has a pick 6. And on that timing route, he takes it all the way in the house for the second week in a row. Mount Marty gives up a pick 6. And that was well read by Akil Muhammad, who left the game earlier with a slight injury, came back, and he has his first interception of the season, the freshman out of Waterloo, Iowa. That makes it 28-20. Now this is a big extra point here. If he misses it, it's still a 1-possession game. If he makes it, then it's a 2-possession game. Stanton Lee is the holder. Jonathan Branner had one blocked earlier. Low snap collected. Plenty of leg. It's good. 3:46 left to go. Third quarter. Briar Cliff 29. Mount Marty 20. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Have you been hesitant to sell your house? It can be a hassle. Cleaning for showings, waiting for the right offer, hoping it will sell. Well, with low inventory in the local market, that can mean fewer days on the market, multiple offers, and less of a hassle for you. I'm Mason Schramm with Vision Real Estate. Take advantage of the local housing market and low interest rates and make the move with Mason. Contact me at movewithmason.com.
Move with Mason.
Back with the kickoff from the Chargers. They're up 29-20 after the pick 6. 3:46 left to go. Third quarter, 29-20. Briar Cliff on top of Mount Marty. He's Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. As the pick 6 made by Akil Muhammad, the freshman linebacker, who made just a nifty play jumping the route.
Yes, he did. You know, that was a huge, huge play for Briar Cliff, giving them a 2-possession lead with under 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. Mount Marty has got to put some points on the board on this incoming drive.
End over end kickoff, and it will be Mulder collecting it, drops it at the 3-yard line, picks it up runs up the middle of the field, and he'll meet the end of the line at the 15. The ball comes loose. Who's got it? Briar Cliff says they have it. There's a big pile and a penalty flag down.
It's going
to be Briar Cliff football, it looks like.
However, the penalty is going to be on the Briar Cliff sideline.
One of the officials, I think, signaled Briar Cliff football. Now the offense is coming out onto the field for Mount Marty, and we have a meeting of all the officials right at the 15-yard line. 3:39 left here in the third quarter. Who's got the football? Who's the penalty against? Fumble? Fumble. Briar Cliff recovery. Dead ball foul. And a personal foul against the Lancers. So disaster strikes for the Lancers as there was a fumble on the kickoff return recovered by the Chargers. Then a penalty moves half the distance to the goal. First and goal to go, Chargers from the Mount Marty 7-yard line. This is a major turning point in this contest.
Like you said, major turning point. It's already a 2-possession game for Briar Cliff. Now they have the ball at the 8-yard line of the Lancers. I'm not going to say they can put it away here, but they can certainly make it difficult for the Lancers moving forward.
And I think Briar Cliff has to spend a timeout because they had the wrong personnel on the field. And indeed, that is the situation. So a timeout called by Briar Cliff. We'll keep it here during the break. 3:39 left to go here in the third quarter. 29-20, Chargers on top. I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty Sports brought to you today in part by Yankton Medical Clinic. When you or your loved ones need care, no matter the time or day, count on the Yankton Medical Clinic. Call your provider or visit yanktonmedicalclinic.com. So much care, so close to home. That kickoff was fumbled initially by the return man. That was Connor Mulder, and then he ran up the middle of the field, and right when he was going down, that was when the ball popped loose.
Yeah, that was huge for Briar Cliff. It's special teams. We saw a big special teams mistake by Briar Cliff, right, to start the game on that 4th down where the punter ran backwards and was tackled in the red zone, and Mount Marty was able to get a touchdown. Now it is a special teams blunder by Mount Marty, and Briar Cliff has a real chance to make this a 3-possession game.
Indeed. As they line up in a shotgun set with 2 running backs, handoff, and up the middle is Forcella. He'll plow ahead to the 4-yard line. Good gain. About 3 yards. He scored their lone rushing touchdown today. Dawson Forcella, junior out of Gray Bull, Wyoming. And the Chargers coming right back to the line of scrimmage. Now they'll stare at the sideline, get the play. Davies, the freshman quarterback, barks out the signals, has 2 running backs with him, hands off. Forcella tries that left side again. He'll get ahead to the 1-yard line, and somebody lost a helmet.
Inside the 5.
And I can't tell. Oh, we got a player shaken up for Mount Marty.
Same player who lost the helmet.
Same player who lost the helmet, and that is not a good sign. And that is Gavin Craig.
That's the 3rd time this game Gavin Craig has lost his helmet, and now he's down on the field.
And you hope, for goodness sakes, that there wasn't contact after his helmet was lost, because that is a potentially very serious situation. Clock stops, 3:10, third quarter. Briar Cliff 29, Lancers 20, and the Chargers knocking at the door. A good sign. Craig up on his feet, walking off the field under his own power. He has to come out for one play. That's the good news. The bad news is that the ball is at, well, they're going to say he's down at the 2-yard line, so 3rd and goal from the 2 for Briar Cliff. Lancers football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 2 backs in the backfield along with quarterback Luke Davies. They got Peterson at fullback, Forcella at the halfback position. Handoff, Forcella tries the left side, slips, no gain. Actually, he lost half a yard. Now it's 4th down. What do you do if you're Briar Cliff? Do you take the 3 points? Remember, your kicker has already missed a field goal today.
Personally, I would say you kick this ball instead of a 9-point game, then it's 12 instead of a touchdown and a field goal, you make it a 2-touchdown game with under 3 to play in the third quarter.
Well, the Chargers leave the offense out on the field. They're looking to the sideline.
This big gamble, high risk, high reward here.
Davies sets him down with 7 seconds on the play clock. 2 backs in the backfield. He'll clap. Hand off. No, it's a play action throw to the end zone. It's incomplete, intended for Gregor Clark, the senior out of Frederick, Maryland. And the Lancer defense holds, turning away the Chargers with no points added on the scoreboard. 2:18 left, third quarter.
Like I said, high risk, high reward. Briar Cliff took the risk, and they came up on the short end of the stick. No points after forcing that fumble on the kick return. Golden opportunity missed by Briar Cliff to make this a distant game for the Lancers.
Yeah, it could have been a huge lead of 16, maybe even 17 points. But instead, it's still a 9-point deficit for Mount Marty with 2:18 left to go here. We're in the third quarter of play. Chargers 29, Lancers 20. Handoff, Nishigaya up the middle, has a hole. He's wrestled down after about a 4-yard gain. And making that play was the middle linebacker, Carlos Alvarez, the junior out of San Gabriel, California.
Carlos Alvarez has a forced fumble on this season.
He did leave the game earlier, but has come back. And here's Nishigaya, escapes one man in the backfield. Now another, juking his way to the line of scrimmage. And boy, he looked like Barry Sanders on that play, making guys miss because he had to.
Yeah.
Got 3 yards. What could have been a 3-yard loss turns into a 3-yard gain.
Third and short for the Lancers coming up. Still inside of their own 15-yard line. Need to get into some open field here.
Yeah, got to get us first down. You don't want to punt from your own end zone. Third down and 1.5 yards to go. One back in the backfield with one wing back. Blitz coming. Here's Nishigaya up the middle. He'll have the first down. We think he's right at the sticks.
That's going to be real close, Steve.
He got it.
Oh, they are marking him.
Yep.
Well done, Nishigaya. That's going to be 1st and 10 Lancers. Just over a minute to play here in the third quarter. They still got to keep it moving. Down by 2 possessions.
1st and 10. They'll come quickly to the line of scrimmage. Vigant splits out as one of the 3 receivers on the left side. One on the right. Swing pass. It's Fitzgerald in the open field at the 20, to the 25, down the left sideline at the 30, tackled out of bounds across the 40-yard line. First down.
What do you do when you need yards, Steve? You give it to one of your playmakers. Trevor Fitzgerald has been massive all game long.
And we've got an injured player for Briar Cliff back at the 30-yard line. That is Mike Green, the senior safety from Granite Falls, Washington, who's had a big game defensively, and he is lying face down on the turf. We hope the young man's okay, as he was trailing that play, being blocked. 52 seconds left here in the third quarter. 29-20, Chargers on top. Training staff comes out to tend to him. While we got a break in the action, I'd like to remind you of the Mount Marty University Tobacco Prevention Program. The Mount Marty campus is tobacco-free. Join us and break the tobacco habit. Good sign. Green gets up, and he is jogging off the field under his own power.
Yeah, coach came over, gave him something to drink, stretched out. His left hamstring might have just been a cramp here. It is a hot day out here. Athletes really need to be hydrating to prevent those.
Yep, temperature near 80 degrees. Just a slight breeze.
Plus the turf, which adds a whole lot of heat.
Yeah, at least 10 degrees
Yes.
down there, if not more, depending on the venue.
And then you got pads on, you're hitting people. Oh, it's hot down there.
And not a cloud in the sky, so you
No.
don't get that occasional cloud cover to provide shade. 1st and 10. Handoff. Nishigaya runs to his left, has a hole across the left side, pushed out of bounds across midfield at the 49-yard line. Decent gain of 9 yards. See if the Lancers can get one more play before the end of the quarter. 23 seconds and counting. Quickly to the line of scrimmage. Deverick, swing pass, tapped away, almost intercepted again by Akil Mohammed. They tried that swing out pass, that bubble screen to the right side, and Mohammed has been wise to it a couple of times. He was being blocked by Vegans, who just got enough of him to keep him from picking the ball off.
3rd and short here. Kua Nishigaya has been big here in this second half. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to him here.
Devricks, hands off. Nishigaya has the first down running up the middle. Gets away from the crowd and is tackled from behind at the 38-yard line. First down, Lancers.
Needed one, got 10. Nishigaya over 100 yards rushing on the day for the first time this season.
And that's the end of the third period of play. Our score, Briar Cliff 29, Mount Marty 20. Coming back with the fourth quarter after this 1-minute timeout. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT.
When you're ready to root on the home team, make sure the celebration includes 1919 root beer. 1919 is brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients, real sugar and real vanilla. The unique recipe and these choice ingredients make 1919 the creamiest, full-bodied draft root beer available. In addition, 1919 is alcohol-free and contains no corn syrup, gluten, or caffeine and should be served cold or over ice cream. Available in 12-packs and single-serve cans at grocery convenience stores and restaurants. Try it today.
Did you hear the exciting news? Explorers Credit Union's community will now get a little larger. We are now able to serve 30 counties in southeastern South Dakota and northeastern Nebraska. This means more members experiencing banking different, more members experiencing the people first approach, more members experiencing the power of shared, more members experiencing people placed over profits. Discover the difference at Explorers Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit explorerscu.com today. Where can we take you?
And welcome back to Crane Youngworth Field on a hot late September afternoon. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. 29-20, Briar Cliff leading the Lancers here as we start the fourth quarter of play. It'll be Lancer football, 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line of Briar Cliff. And what a day for Kua Nishigaya as Torn Deverick set him down. We'll get to his stat after this particular play. Handoff, Nakia Johnson up the middle, runs into a wall, but lunges ahead for a 4-yard gain. And Kua Nishigaya has gone over the century mark.
He has. For the first time in Lancer history, we have a 100-yard rusher. 21 rushing attempts for 114 yards, over 5 yards a carry.
Swing out pass, caught by Fitzgerald. He'll get to the 30, to the 25, and tackled out of bounds near the 22-yard line. Fitzgerald with the catch. Vegans with the block on Akil Mohammed to keep him out of that play. First down, Mount Marty.
Fitzgerald has been big all day on that bubble screen. You get him the ball with space, let him work.
They try it to the left side this time. Fitzgerald slips inside a blocker. Somebody lost the helmet, and he's down at the 15-yard line. That's a Charger who loses the helmet. Kadeem Muhammad. He is a senior out of Waterloo. I believe the two are brothers. He'll have to check out of the game for a play. 2nd down and 4 coming up. Ball at the 15-yard line. Lancers down by 9. Handoff up the middle. Johnson spins and hit hard, but down at the 11-yard line. I think he's got enough for a first down. He does.
Steve, we just talked about Kua Nishigaya. Let's talk about Trevor Fitzgerald for a second. 11 receptions, 144 yards receiving on the day.
And I believe that's the first time a Lancer receiver has ever gone over the century mark. As Johnson runs to his left, slips inside a block, gets down to the 6-yard line. It was 1st and 10 at the 11. So the Lancers don't need to get into the end zone. They just got to get to the 1-yard line, and then they get a fresh set of downs. 2nd and 5 from the 6 as Devricks throws it behind to Fitzgerald, and he'll be tackled at the 3-yard line. That was a lateral, I think.
That was very close, yes, as you said, Steve.
And Devricks was bumped into by Nakia Johnson. That could have gone badly. 3rd down, Johnson, handoff up the middle. He's brought down just shy of the first down marker. So it'll be 4th and 1 from the 2-yard line. Devricks looking to the sideline. No way the field goal unit's coming out here. 12:45 and counting, fourth quarter. Chargers up by 9 over the Lancers. Plenty of time on the play clock, 20 seconds and counting. And now Devricks gets the play. He'll set everybody in motion, get him set down. Double tight end set. Devricks Hands off. Johnson up the middle, lunges forward, second effort. I think he got it. He didn't need to get into the end zone. He just needed to get to the 1 yard line, or actually to inside the 2. Depends on the spot. They may have to bring out the chain gang, and they will. This will be a huge measurement here.
Fourth and goal.
It was 4th down and a yard, and the offense starting to walk off the field. Well, they're going to actually clear away from the chain gang. So here comes the chain gang with 12:24 left. This is going to be close. They had to get just inside the 2. They'll stretch it out, and they didn't make it, short by a couple of inches, and the Briar Cliff defense holds again. My goodness.
What a play on 4th down. Mount Marty had a chance to get into the end zone there, make this a 1-possession game in the 4th quarter. Stopped with an inch to go on the 2-yard line.
Nobody feels worse about it than the Kia Johnson, as it will be the Charger offense coming out onto the field. Lancer football brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. First down, Briar Cliff, but they're at their own 2-yard line.
Yeah, not a lot of room to work with. A safety would be huge for the Lancers here.
Well, they'll have Forcella in the backfield. He'll take the handoff, and he'll get about a 2-yard gain. Tackled by Craig. Second down coming up. Important for the Lancer defense to hold here, make them punt from their own end zone.
Gavin Craig back in the game. Good to see him after he exited with an injury on the last defensive possession for the Lancers.
Second down and 8 coming up. 12 minutes and counting left in regulation. Shotgun set. Davies has gone the whole way. Play action. Deep in his end zone. He'll throw across the middle of the field. Tapped away, almost picked off at the 30-yard line by Avery Rice, as the intended receiver was Kobe Johnson.
Avery Rice had a shot on that, jumped over the top of Kobe Johnson, had a hand on it. Johnson also had a hand on it, unable to get the interception.
Third down and 8 coming up from the own 4-yard line for Briar Cliff. Twice in this contest, they have stopped Mount Marty on 4th and less than a yard. Both times deep in their own territory. And we have a penalty flag down, thrown at the line of scrimmage. So that's why the clock stops with 11:47 left. It's a penalty against Briar Cliff, but it's going to be denied. Holding against Briar Cliff, but it was not holding in the end zone. Holding in the end zone is a safety that did not happen. It happened at the 1-yard line. So they'll let the incompletion stand and make it 3rd and 8 instead of 2nd and 10, which would have been half the distance to the goal had they accepted the penalty. Shotgun set, 1 back in the backfield, 1 receiver to the left, 2 out to the right. Play action, Davies throws, slant, caught, and it's going to be a first down. And the catch by Spencer George, as he took a big shot after he caught it.
Jumped up in the air, got the catch, and took a shot before he hit the ground. Somehow held on to it. Good job controlling the ball.
At the 16-yard line, a little slant pattern pays off for Briar Cliff. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right with 1 wing back, and 1 running back to the left of the quarterback. He'll take the handoff. Forcella runs to his right, gets across the 20 to the 21, maybe the 22 on forward progress. Looks like we got another player shaken up.
Dylan Capps lost his helmet. He has to exit the game for a play.
Boy, guys are losing. And I've seen this in high school ball. I've seen it in the pros and in college. Just, I guess guys like their helmets a little looser these days. I don't know.
I guess that wouldn't that kind of defeat the point of the helmet though? If it's able to come off.
Forcella running to his right, runs into a brick wall, and he'll get a yard, and that's all.
Inside the 25-yard line.
10:30 and counting, 4th quarter. Another big 3rd down coming up for Briar Cliff as they operate at their own 23-yard line. 3rd and 3 coming up. Lancers need to make a stand here. They're down by 9. Davies barks out the signal, sends 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Forcella, the back, stands to his right. He'll take it up the middle. He'll be stopped shy. He got 2. He needed 3. He made it to the 25, and that's all.
It was Gavin Craig laying a hit on him, able to stop him short. Lost his helmet in the process, has to exit for a play, but...
And I would think the punting unit would be coming out as Mendoza is standing right next to the coach.
Yeah, you got to bring out the punting unit here. Absolutely no reason to risk it on your own 25-yard line when you're up by 9 in the fourth quarter. I wouldn't assume the offense is still here. They're huddling up looking like it, but I would assume they're just going to do a hard count, see if they can get the Lancers to jump. I don't think they're going to snap this ball.
We'll see. 4th and 1 from their own 25 for Briar Cliff. 3 down linemen. Davies gonna throw the ball down the left sideline, intended for Rice, or intended for Johnson. But we got a flag on the play. I think somebody might have jumped off sides.
Yep, Lancers jumped off sides. They did the hard count. Lancers jumped, so they snapped the ball, threw the ball anyway, but this is going to be first down for Briar Cliff.
Yep, offsides, and a costly penalty against the Lancers gives a first down for Briar Cliff. And credit the freshman quarterback, Luke Davies, with the great hard count.
Got to know game situation there as a defensive lineman. You got to know it's 4th down. They're trying to get you to jump off sides. No matter what you do, you can't move there.
Ball at the 30 of Briar Cliff. Chargers 1st and 10. They'll keep it on the ground with Forcella up the middle, 2 yards, and that's all. And no doubt, Briar Cliff is going to take their time and try to run it up the middle, run it in between the hash marks, in between the tackles. They want that clock to keep going. They seem to be in no hurry. Under the 9-minute mark now. Davies looks to the sideline. He'll split 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Has 2 backs, 1 to either side of him in the shotgun. Play action. Davies gonna throw. Middle pass. Dropped. Incomplete. Incomplete, intended for Tim Brown at about the 42-yard line. Mortensen there defensively. And Tim Brown, the freshman who came into the game as their leading receiver, I don't think he's caught a pass yet today.
No, and that would have been a 15-yarder right there, a big first down. Keeping the chains moving, keeping the clock moving as well. But that incompletion, not only does it bring up 3rd and 10, it stops the clock.
Essentially, you hand a timeout to Mount Marty. 8:45 left. 4th quarter, Chargers 29, Lancers 20. 3rd down and 10 coming up. Brown in motion from left to right. Davies pressured, throws over the middle, caught by Brown. 3 guys on him, tackled right away. No gain on the play. And the punting unit this time will come out for Briar Cliff.
Dylan Capps is fired up on the sideline for Mount Marty. Big stop there for the Lancers. They gave their offense a chance. Let's see if they can do something.
It'll be Mendoza standing at his own 15-yard line. Miyazawa drops back to his own 33. Not much of a wind today. Sunshine, temperature about 80 degrees. No clouds in the sky. Long count. The rugby-style punt aims it away from Miyazawa. Bounces at the 30. He scoops it up at the 28, makes one man miss. And Miyazawa will get about 4 yards on the return to the 33. So the Lancer offense, with 7:52 left, trots back out on the field, and really, I tell from this moment on, you got to score if you're Mount Marty.
You absolutely do. You know, you have to score at this point. Under 8 to play. It's a 2-possession game, and the Mount Marty offense, they're not a quick strike offense. They are a slow, methodical, driving type of offense. They'll throw the ball, but we haven't seen a whole lot of quick strikes from this offense this season.
And just that 49-yard touchdown, that was
just
Guajardo
the one.
To Miyazawa in the last game. Devericks, handoff up the middle. Rao runs the football and doesn't get much. Can't abandon the run if you're Mount Marty, but Got to get something on those first down runs. Second and long only helps the Briar Cliff defense. Gain of 1 on that last play. Second down and 9 coming up.
We saw the hurry-up offense at the end of the first half. It worked well for the Lancers. We need to see it again.
Devericks has Rao standing behind him in the pistol. Play action. Devericks steps up. Has to make one man miss, and now he'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage back at the 28-yard line.
Big stand for the Chargers there. Now it's 3rd and long for the Lancers. It is 2-down territory, I would say. You gotta get in the end zone on this drive.
Or at least get a field goal.
Get some points.
Got to get some points as we're under 7 minutes to go. Devericks sends 2 receivers to the left, 2 out to the right. Rao stands behind him in the backfield. Now he'll clear out. Empty backfield. Devericks looks over the middle, throws off his back heel. Riken collects it. He's at midfield. First down. Mount Marty.
That was beautiful play design. You had William Rao in the backfield. Riken split out wide right. He was double covered, had a safety and a corner on him. When you put Rao out wide right, then all of a sudden that corner had to cover Rao, and all of a sudden you got Riken in single coverage.
Quickly, Devericks throws the ball, got a man, incomplete, juggling it on the left sideline was Fitzgerald. He was falling out of bounds, trying to tiptoe, and couldn't haul it in at the 25-yard line, incomplete.
Oh, you hate to see that after the day he's had. Currently 12 receptions for 148 yards receiving, the biggest receiving day in Lancer history, and it's not even close. Just couldn't come up with that catch.
Trey Hansen into the game along with Justice Schmidt at wide receivers, both freshmen. Justice Schmidt at 6'5", tall wide receiver. 3 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Now Riken goes in motion from left to right. Now Rao clears out of the backfield. Devericks looks, throws quickly. Riken incomplete. Tapped away from him at the 45-yard line. A couple of the defenders there for Briar Cliff.
3rd down once again for the Lancers. Still 2-down territory. You're at midfield, actually just past midfield. I wouldn't be surprised if they would go back to Riken or possibly Fitzgerald here.
3 receivers.
Fitzgerald's not in the game.
Yep, Fitzgerald's out. 3 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left, and we got movement on the line. False start against Mount Marty. That's going to bring up 3rd and 15 now with 6:21 left. The Mount Marty football broadcast today brought to you in part by Vision Real Estate, where the focus is always on you.
Will be against the Lancers, 3rd and long.
So 3rd and 15 coming up. Mount Marty has to make something happen here and now. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Movement again. Penalty flags all over the field.
I think this one's going to be on the defense. They might just get that 5 yards right back. And it is. No.
Encroachment defense, so that one's against Briar Cliff.
Lost 5 yards, got it right back.
That will drive a defensive coach crazy. 3rd down and 10. Still some work to do for the Lancers. 3 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Now Devericks will glance to the sideline, get the play. 14 on the play clock, plenty of time. Rao the lone setback to the left of his quarterback. He'll stay in and block. Devericks has time, throws down the left sideline. It is incomplete. Out of bounds at the 30-yard line, intended for Justice Schmidt.
Now here's the decision. You got to go for it on 4th down, I would say, but it's 4th and 10. Do you try and play for time? Do you punt the ball, pin him deep? You got 3 timeouts and a good defense in your back pocket. What do you do?
They're leaving the offense on the field. 4th and 10. This could be the ball game right here. Ball is on the Charger 49-yard line. They'll split 2 receivers to the right, 2 out to the left. Rao the lone setback, stays in the block. Devericks throws over the middle of the field, tapped away, incomplete. No pass interference. There were 3 defenders right around Rex Riken. And there's a player still down for Briar Cliff. I think that was Mike Green, who gets up slowly. No, that was the linebacker, Carlos Alvarez, but I think it was Green that tapped the ball away, and the Lancers turn it over on downs with 6:10 left to go. the ball at the Charger 49-yard line.
Big turnover on downs for the Lancers. They've gone for it on fourth so many times in this ball game. Been successful in spots. Sometimes they've paid for it, just like right there. However, they've got timeouts. They've got 6 minutes left on the clock. There's still time to come back in this ball game, but they've got to get off the field on defense right now.
Let's see what the Chargers do on offense. 1st and 10, blitz coming. Anglin to the right side will get across midfield, gain 3 yards.
Give is to
Anglin has had a pretty good day rushing the football for Briar Cliff as we're under the 6-minute mark. And Briar Cliff, they're coming quickly to the line of scrimmage.
Now this is where you got to know game situation. You got 30 seconds on the play clock. Use every second of it.
He's trying to draw him off sides. And now Davies claps his hands a couple of times. Now takes his time, looks to the sideline. Now they're going to milk the clock. 8 seconds left. Davies, play action, throws over the middle, incomplete, a big hit intended for George, and Mortensen gave him a big pop after the ball bounced away from him, incomplete.
Interesting decision to throw the ball there. Not only does it bring up 3rd down when you didn't get the reception, the incompletion stops the clock.
That brings up 3rd down and about 7. Clock stops, 5:31 left to go in regulation. Chargers 29, Lancers 20.
Lancers got to get this stop, call a timeout, and force a punt.
3rd down and 7, pistol formation. Davies drops back, rolls to his right, throws, safety valve caught, tackled right away. That was Anglin. Swan on the tackle, gain of only a couple. And now a timeout called by Mount Marty. But hold the phones, we got a flag on the play. This is a huge, huge penalty. After the play, personal foul, Mount Marty. And I think they're going to tag
Dalen
Norman. And that was after the play. And Norman's going to come out of the game, and I think he's going to get a lecture on the sideline.
I would be surprised if he didn't. That was huge for the Lancers. They finally got off the field on defense. You're going to be able to call that timeout, give the ball to your offense with 5 minutes to work with and 2 timeouts in your pocket. You still had a chance. Now you got to get back to 3rd down all over again.
1st and 10 Chargers from the 32-yard line of Mount Marty. Davies claps his hands, handoff, and there's Anglin, swallowed up right away. Gavin Craig and Alberto Perez on the tackle, or Albert Perez on the tackle, and a quick timeout called by Mount Marty, I should say. 4:45 left to go, 4th quarter. It's 29-20. Chargers on top of the Lancers. Back in 30 seconds, along with Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty football on KYNT.
Mount Marty Lancer fall sports are in full swing. Unfortunately, with them may come injury. The Yankton Medical Clinic provides patients with the latest technologies and procedures in orthopedic care. Orthopedic surgeons, Dr. Brent Adams and Dr. Jeremy Kudera, specialize in athletic injuries, including fractures and sprains, shoulder, ankle, and knee injuries, and more. They'll have your favorite athlete back in the game in no time, offering the highest level of care right here at home. Call the Yankton Medical Clinic today. So much care, so close to home.
Back at Crane Youngworth Field along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. 4:48 left to go in the 4th quarter. Briar Cliff 29, Mount Marty 20. First timeout spent by the Lancers as they dropped Sante Anglin for a 2-yard loss. 2nd and 12 coming up. Play action. Rolling out Davies under pressure, throws it to the sideline, incomplete. And Mount Marty will say thank you very much, as that will stop the clock with 4:43 left.
Once again, interesting strategy, throwing the ball here with this game situation. I would assume a team would keep it on the ground pretty much for the rest of the way and run the clock.
But now I think we may have a penalty flag. I don't see one on the field, but the officials are. Oh, there is one. There it is. Yeah, I see it now. It's right in the middle of the field. a couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, as now the entire crew is going to confer on what this particular penalty is. No foul on the play. Oh, I think they were going for intentional grounding, but the quarterback was out of the pocket, and it was thrown towards a location where the receiver was. Does stop the clock with 4:43 left. Incompletion stands. 3rd down and 12 coming up for Briar Cliff. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. 2 backs in the shotgun formation with Davies. Scans to his left, then to his right. There's Forcella and Anglin with them. And it's going to be Anglin running to his left, and he'll scoot under a tackler and get to the 28-yard line. Well shy of the first down marker, and that brings up 4th down.
Well, you got back to 4th down, but it cost 2 minutes of game time to do it after that big after-the-play penalty by Dalen Norman.
And now with this 4th down play, the offense staying out on the field for Briar Cliff. They're going to go for it on 4th down and 8 from the 30-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Davies drops back, looks, throws towards the end zone. Right side, got a man, and it's incomplete. Knocked away from Kobe Johnson. Janofin on the coverage. There was some contact, but no flag. And now Mount Marty. Oh, it's a penalty against the Lancers, offsides, but it's only a 5-yard walk-off. But that does make it 4th and 3.
Replay 4th down. You just got the turnover on downs, but a penalty keeps the Briar Cliff offense on the field once again.
4th and 3 coming up from the 25-yard line of Mount Marty with 4:01 left to go in regulation. Davies trying to draw him off sides. Looks to the sideline. Has 3 seconds on the play clock, 2 seconds, and now a timeout called by Briar Cliff. They are going to spend their 2nd timeout and come up with a play here on 4th down. We'll step away for 30 seconds. It's 29-20, Chargers on top of the Lancers. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer Football on KYNT.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MTRC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
4th and 3 coming up for Briar Cliff from the Lancer 25-yard line. 4:01 left, 4th quarter. Chargers up by 9 over the Lancers. 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Davies, play action, looks to his left, throws towards the end zone, got a man, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Briar Cliff. And once again, it's Kobe Johnson who got open down the left sideline, and that will put the Chargers up 35-20 with 3:55 left in regulation.
That could be the dagger that Briar Cliff has been trying to get this entire quarter. Up 15, about to be 16 if they make this.
And it was those 4th down plays that did in the Lancers on that drive. Branner to try the point after. High snap, brought down, kick on the way, and it is good. 3:55 left to go, 4th quarter. Chargers 36, Lancers 20, back with the kickoff after this 30-second break. This is Lancer Football right here on KYNT.
Vision Care Associates provides excellent diagnostic care. Using the most advanced technology in the industry, the doctors offer their patients the highest standard of care, allowing them to diagnose and manage many eye diseases. Choose Dr. Anderson, Dr. Fieser, and Dr. Slowey for expert personalized eye care. You'll be glad you did.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
Back here at Crane Young North Field along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. We've got 3:55 left to go in the fourth quarter. Briar Cliff extends their lead. They're up 36-20 over Mount Marty. And fourth downs on that last drive really did in the Lancers.
Yeah, there were 2 times where on fourth down the Lancers got off the field and all of a sudden you commit a penalty and the Briar Cliff offense is able to stay out there.
And then they cash in with the touchdown to Kobe Johnson, who's had a stellar day for the Lancers. Here's the kickoff, high end over end kick. Nishigaya watches it bounce into the end zone.
Into the end zone for a touchback. Lancer football.
So it'll be Lancer football at the 25-yard line, because they've got a lot of work to do. They still have 2 timeouts left.
Yeah, one thing that you enjoy as a Lancer fan on that last touchdown, after it they only decided to go for 1 instead of 2. That means it's only a 16-point ball game, and it is still a 2-possession game. 2-possession game for the Lancers, 4 minutes left. We've seen crazier things. If they'd have gone for 2 there and got it, would have been 3 possessions. Probably would have put the game away. Lancers still have a shot, although it is a long one.
Well, they'll send out 4 wide receivers to the right side. Now clear the backfield. Devericks, quick throw. Behind the line, it's Nishigaya looking for some blockers, and he'll get to the 30, gain of 5.
To Nishigaya.
Nishigaya's had a big game on the ground, over 100 yards. Fitzgerald with a big game catching the football. He's over 100 yards.
He's over 140.
Yeah, it'll be tough to decide our player of the game in the post-game show. But we're thinking about it. 3 receivers. Check that 4 receivers out to the left. Now Nishigaya clears out in that direction. Empty backfield. Devericks, pump action. Throws, got a man, and it's hauled in by Miyazawa at the 45-yard line. First down and 10, Mount Marty.
Miyazawa, another guy that has had a big game for the Lancers. 2 touchdown catches for him.
First down, Mount Marty. They're at their own 45-yard line. 3 minutes left to go in this contest. 4 receivers out to the right, make it 5 as Nishigaya clears out. Devericks pumps, throws on the run to the sideline, and it's caught by Miyazawa at the 49-yard line, gain of about 6. It'll set up a 3rd down and 4. Clock still rolling. I'm not sure why. Guy went out of bounds. All they say is forward progress was stopped. Coach Micheletti was looking at the clock and talking to the linesman, going, hey, we should have got a stoppage of play, but actually that is the right call. Third down and about 4. Deverick steps up in the pocket. He'll have to scramble. He's hit hard at the 45-yard line. What a stick.
Got the first down, but just barely. He ran into a brick wall.
That was Brett Tinker, the freshman out of Pierce, Nebraska, who just really gave him a pop. It is a first down at the 44 of Briar Cliff. Man in motion, play action. Devericks throws the long ball down the right sideline. Got a man. It's caught by Riken, tackled at the 9. First down, Mount Marty. They're still in it with 1:51 left. And Riken is down now at the point where he was tackled.
Instantly looking at his left leg, stretching it out.
One would think a cramp. Well, we got a break in the action. Like to mention that the Mount Marty Tobacco Prevention Program is bringing you this break. The Mount Marty campus is tobacco-free. Join us. Break the tobacco habit. Teams will retreat to their respective sidelines while Riken is tended to. Don't forget, post-game show coming up. It's brought to you by Aztec. We'll review the stats, check scores from around the conference and the country. We'll have our move of the game, our player of the game, and talk football and stuff.
Talk football and stuff.
That's
yes,
what
Steve.
the post-game
yes,
show
Steve.
is for.
We're going to talk football and stuff. I do agree. That is a thing that will be happening in the post-game show.
But there's more than football happening here today.
There is indeed. Right after the post-game show, we're going to have the pregame for the start of Yankton High School soccer. The men's soccer team goes first, and then the women. And then tomorrow, back on this field, there will be Mount Marty soccer as well.
So this facility getting big workout today. It is field turf.
A lot of work not only today, but tomorrow and yesterday. 3 football games and 4 soccer games in a span of 3 days on this field.
And you can only do that on field turf. Natural grass.
No.
I love natural grass playing surface, but when you have that many events, it's going to get chewed up rather quickly. First and goal for the 9 for Mount Marty. They drive from left to right on your radio dial. Whistle. And what do we have? Briar Cliff is going to spend their final timeout of the second half with 1:45 left to go. Chargers 36, Lancers 20. We'll keep it here during this timeout, which is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, check out Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway, or you can call them 665-1222. And we talk about field turf. Of course, this stadium has been field turf for several years. It was natural grass, of course, before that. And, you know, I just remember the stories, not from this facilities, but from Howard Wood Field up in Sioux Falls, where they would play multiple football games on a weekend. I went to Black Hills State. We had to play University of Sioux Falls there. I think it was my freshman year. And I remember talking to the guys on the football team. I think that was the 5th game that was played within 48 hours on that field when it was natural grass up at Howard Wood. And I asked the guys what it was like, and it was like playing in a mud patch with clumps of dirt everywhere. It was not enjoyable. Nishigaya, handoff, running to his left, slips inside a block, gets inside the 5 to the 4-yard line. It's 1:35 and counting.
That'll help, but the clock's still moving. Got to get back to the line.
Deverix rolls out to his right, throws to the end zone. It is going to be caught for a touchdown.
That's Jonah Miyazawa once again.
3rd touchdown in the right corner of the end zone as he pulled it away from the defensive back. But hold the phones. We got a penalty flag back at the line of scrimmage on the other side of the field.
This would be an absolute killer if it takes a touchdown off the board for the Lancers.
Holding defense. Decline. Count the touchdown for Mount Marty, and Jonah Miyazawa having a day. 3rd touchdown catch of the day. Wow. 3rd catch.
Wow, indeed. 3 touchdown catches for the freshman.
9 yards, 9 yards, and 4 yards. And now it looks like the Lancers were down by 16, so they got to go for 2. They're down by 10 at the moment. And we have a stoppage here. The officials will spot up the ball. Play clock had to be reset. That's the indication. 1:25 left. And Deverix looks to the sideline for the play. Lancers still down by 10. They're going to go for 2. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Nishigaya, the lone setback. Now here comes Riken in motion from left to right. Deverix rolls out, looking, directing traffic, throws, got a man, and it's good! Trevor Fitzgerald catches it, and it's 36-28. Chargers on top of the Lancers, back for the kickoff in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
My name's Jennifer Bolig, and I am a sales rep and design consultant. What's special about Slumberland is ours is a free service. They get to come into our store and they don't have to pay for us to just help them feel at home in their space. It helps the customer understand how the space is going to work so that they don't feel nervous about their purchase.
The free interior design service from Yankton Slumberland, 2401 Broadway Avenue. It's a good life.
All right, here we go. It'll be an onside kick coming up with 1:25 left. Chargers 36, Lancers 28. Chargers out of timeouts. Lancers still have 2, but they've got to get the onside kick. Only 1 man deep for Briar Cliff. The other 10 men within 5 yards of the 45-yard line. Cardosa Chicas has it teed up. The short approach, it takes the high bounce, and it rolls out of bounds. 8 yards downfield.
Goes out of bounds.
It took the high hop, but it just angled towards the sideline instead of towards the middle of the field.
Yes, it did. That's going to bring the Briar Cliff offense onto the field, but the game is not over yet. You still got 2 timeouts in your pocket. If you're able to get out in 3, make them punt on 4th, you should get the ball back with just over 30 seconds and no timeouts left in your pocket, but 30 seconds to get down the field.
So
single first down will end the game.
Yep, 1 first down ends the game. Chargers offense on the field at the 37-yard line. 2 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And here's a big tackle right away by Craig on the run attempt by Anglin. He lost a couple of yards, and that play only took 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be the first time out. Mount Marty's going to use their next one on the second run by.
Yep, and I tell you what, that clock will wind down depending on how fast it goes here. We'll keep it here during this timeout, which is brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Don't forget their legendary chicken. Also the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222.
So you know this next play is going to be a run, but you can't forget about the pass. You know, we've seen it all this entire 4th quarter where we've seen Briar Cliff in a situation where we think they're probably going to run to the clock and they throw the ball. Well, and now they have 5 receivers set.
Oh, well, now they'll switch it up, put 2 backs. That'll be Forcella and Anglin in the backfield in the shotgun set. And it's going to be Anglin to the right side. Breaks through a hole, but he's tackled after about a 4-yard gain. Quick timeout called by Mount Marty. And that'll be the final timeout. Of course, brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Don't forget their legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway, or you can call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break. Clock stops with 1:16 left. 36-28, Briar Cliff on top of Mount Marty. Don't forget the post-game show coming up. We'll check the stats, check the scoreboard from around the GPAC and around the country. Major college football. Hopefully get an update on that South Dakota State game as well. USD playing later today.
3rd down.
No Iowa and Iowa State in action at the moment. A lot of good games to talk about, but first of all, the Lancer defense has to hold here on 3rd down and 8. Running play, Anglin to his left, tackled right away, no gain. So the clock will wind down. It's 1:07, and you're right, about 30 seconds difference between the game clock and the play clock. 4th down coming up, and the punting unit trots onto the field for Briar Cliff, and I wouldn't be surprised if they take a delay of game here.
Absolutely. You know, you're on the 38-yard line. You could use that extra 5 yards to work with for your punter, and then that you make sure to get every second off the play clock. Lancers are going to be able to get this back just about 30.
Yep. The Chargers look like they are in no hurry, and they will take the delay of game with 31 seconds left to go in this contest. And you're right, it actually helps the punter, gives them a little more room to work with to try to pin the Lancers deep in their own territory. Braden Swan was the only man back deep. Now for Mount Marty, do you send the house?
A blocked punt here would be absolutely huge.
And remember, the first punt of the day for Briar Cliff was a miscue with the low snap. Swan's the only man back deep. Mendoza stands at his own 43-yard line to kick it away. They have tried a fake punt earlier, and the rugby-style kick is away down the middle of the field. Swan collects it at his own 5, looking for some blocks, surrounded by a trio of white jerseys. He'll be brought down at the 9, but hold the phone. We've got a penalty flag back around the 46-yard line. Boy, if that's roughing the punter, or running into the punter. Running into the punter.
If that's running into the punter, that would end the game.
Well, no, that would only be the 5-yard walk-off. Running into the kicker. It's declined because that's only a 5-yard. If it had been roughing the kicker, that's the 15-yard in the automatic first down. So
22 seconds. That play took 10 seconds off the clock. Now they have 22 seconds and the entire field to go. Mount Marty has got to get in the end zone here.
Well, it's do or die time, and you got to get out of bounds. If you can't break away into the open, you got to find that sideline or at least get beyond the first down marker. Stop the clock. Devericks will send two receivers out to the right side. And one, Miyazawa, splits out to the left. One back behind him. No timeouts left. Devericks stands in the pocket, throws a long pass. Miyazawa the target, and it is going to be incomplete at the 40-yard line. One-on-one coverage. And a good defensive play there by the Chargers defensively. That was Tulsa Janish, the sophomore cornerback out of Parkston, who makes the play there. 16 seconds on the clock. 2nd and 10. Ball at the own 9-yard line for Mount Marty. They got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Riken and Fitzgerald both split out wide right. Looks like Riken's going to be double covered. Fitzgerald could be in single coverage.
Devericks has to run up in the pocket. Dumps it off, caught by Vigans. He'll get the first down and then wisely run out of bounds near the 25-yard line.
And a big flag. That's going to be a late hit on Briar Cliff.
Oh, my goodness.
They tackled him out of bounds. After Vigans went out of bounds, he was taken down.
And that's Shane Ladegi is over there on the sideline, not happy, but he's more upset at his player. He's not questioning the call, but tack on 15 yards. That moves the ball all the way out to the 37-yard line, actually closer to the 38.
Now, we saw Torrin Devericks' arm at the end of the first half. He was standing right about midfield. He chucked it as far as he could, just got to the goal line. They've got to get a few more yards for a Hail Mary to work here.
8 seconds left. Devericks lines up, throws it to the sideline. Riken catches it, steps out of bounds at midfield with 3 seconds left. So you set it up for the Hail Mary.
Yep, you did exactly that. You know how far your quarterback can throw it. He can get it there from midfield, but not much farther. You had to throw that 10-yard pass to Riken just to get in range for the Hail Mary. And here we go, Steve. It all comes down to this.
3 seconds left. Ball at the 48-yard line of Briar Cliff. 15 seconds on the play clock. And here's Guajardo. Guajardo is in at quarterback.
Possible bigger arm.
Yes. He'll drop back, roll out to his right, sets up. He's hit, and the ball trickles out of bounds. And that's the end of the ball game as Briar Cliff is going to hold on and win 36-20, the final score, as Briar Cliff gets their first win of the year. They prevail 36-28 as Davian Guajardo, who came in on that last play, was going to wind it up and chuck it downfield, but he was hit from behind. The ball went out of bounds. The clock reads triple zeros, and that's how this one ends. Briar Cliff, they're now 1-3 on the year. Mount Marty falls to 0-4. We'll take a 2-minute timeout and come back. We'll have the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Aztec. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. This is Mount Marty football right here on KYNT.
For signs of all kinds, it's SignTech. See SignTech for all your signage needs. From magnets, vinyl banners, to illuminated and digital signing, plus truck and vinyl lettering. SignTech does it all. Sales, service, and installation. Need a sign of any kind? Call 605-665-2957. Your local full-service sign shop is SignTech, 3206 East Highway 50, Yankton.
Want the speediest speeds and endless entertainment? Midco has it. Flexible, exceptional, reliable internet, TV, and phone solutions to support your busy, connected life. Whether you're working from home or streaming your series, you're covered. Easy installation options, steadfast service, all from the friendliest folks in the business. Ready to get started? Fantastic. Head over to midco.com.
Looking for a new look for your business?
JJ Benji's is a great source for new company clothing for you and your employees.
Now, if you don't know what to get or what's new, JJ Benji's can help.
JJ Benji's has lots of ideas on what the hottest apparel items are, the most popular styles or material. There's always something new to get, and JJ Benji's is on top of it.
For screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products for your business, JJ Benji's. 201 Pine Street, downtown Yankton.
FM 1021 and AM 1450 KYNT, Yankton.
Be seen, get recognized, and boost your business with Riverfront Signs. We can help promote your business or organization with all your signage needs. See us for signs, banners, lawn signs, vehicle graphics, plus custom logos and graphic design. To get a free estimate on your project, go online to the website at riverfrontsigns.com. Get started today and let's put your image to action at Riverfront Signs, located directly behind Riverfront Broadcasting on Broadway, and visit us online at riverfrontsigns.com.
And welcome to the post-game show. Along with Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you here. A heartbreaking loss for Mount Marty. Briar Cliff prevails 36-28. That is your final score. Post-game show today brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. I tell you what, this was a back-and-forth game all afternoon long. Finally, Briar Cliff opened up that 16-point lead. Lancers closed within 8, got it to midfield, but couldn't get away a Hail Mary, and it's the Chargers prevailing 36-20. Let's check out the stats. Today, that's brought to you by Explorers Credit Union. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com with the stat rundown. Here's Tel Tanner.
You know, this is a crazy stat for Mount Marty and Briar Cliff. When you say this, you'll think the team that won has the most, but Mount Marty had 35 first downs in this game compared to Briar Cliff 16.
Wow.
And that is absolutely something you do not see when a losing team has 19 less first downs than the loser.
Yeah, I know. That was the first stat that jumped out at me when I was examining the post-half stats. Let's run down some more. Let's start with the team stats, shall we?
Absolutely. Third down efficiency, Mount Marty, 10 of 21, 48%. Briar Cliff, 27%, 4 of 15. Fourth down efficiency, 38 for Mount Marty, 38%, 3 of 8. For Briar Cliff, they were 1 of 3, 33%. Mount Marty has the edge in those stats as well. Total plays, Mount Marty ran twice as many plays as Briar Cliff, 105 to 58. Total yards, Mount Marty had 550 to Briar Cliff's 349. You see what I'm getting at here, Steve. Mount Marty has the edge on just about every stat.
Yeah, but, red zone chances, 2 of 4 for Briar Cliff, 4 of 7 for Mount Marty.
And that's where it
but
is.
The fourth down efficiency, twice on 4th and short, deep within Charger territory, Mount Marty couldn't convert, and I think those were really the two biggest plays of the game. Where
Plus
they
the
couldn't
pick six.
The pick six was definitely hurt, and that's second game in a row that's happened for Mount Marty. Let's check out some of those individual stats.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and start with Mount Marty. Torrin Devericks making his second start as a Lancer. He went 32 of 53 throwing the ball. 378 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. I got to say, they came out on the short end of the stick, but I liked what I saw from the starting quarterback of the Lancers.
Yep. And he spread the ball around, and what a big day for receiving-wise for Trevor Fitzgerald.
Absolutely. The biggest receiving day in Lancer history. 12 receptions for 148 yards. He averaged 12.3 yards per catch with a long of 27. Rex Reichen had his share of catches too, 4 for 82 on the day with a long of 37. We talked about him a lot at halftime and how we hadn't really seen a whole lot of him. He only had 1 fourth down catch, but then he had 3 more in the second half with a lot of yards.
He was double covered all day. He was covered day. And we got to talk about Jonah Miyazawa.
That we do. 9 catches on the day for 67 yards. All 3 passing touchdowns from Torrin Devericks went right to Jonah Miyazawa. He was dangerous in the red zone. William Rao also had 2 receptions for 34 yards with a long of 29. Got that on a swing pass. Austin Vigance, 2 receptions for 27 yards. And Kua Nishigaya had 3 for 20. Let's talk about the rushing stats, shall we?
You bet. Kua Nishigaya over the century mark.
Yeah, he was. 22 rushing attempts for 118 yards. We talked about Trevor Fitzgerald, the biggest receiving day in Lancer history. Well, Kua Nishigaya had the biggest rushing game in Lancer history. He had 5.4 yards per carry, 17 was the long. Nakia Johnson had 10 for 25 on the day with 2.5 yards per carry. William Rao, 13 rushing attempts for 17 total yards, and Torrin Devericks had 6 for 7. Jonah Miyazawa also had one on an end around for 1 run for 5 yards.
Let's go over to the other side of the line of scrimmage, and for Briar. I tell you what, Briar Cliff today, Luke Davies was very impressive, the freshman quarterback for the Chargers.
Yeah, he was. 17 of 26 for 272 yards on the day. 3 touchdowns, did not throw an interception. On the season coming into this game, he had only thrown 1 touchdown to 6 interceptions. Really flipped the script here today on the road.
Yeah, it was Asante Anglin, the main rusher today, as Dawson Forcella did score a rushing touchdown, but it was Anglin who was their main threat on the ground today.
Yeah, it was. He had 16 rushing attempts for 65 yards, 4.1 yards per carry. The Lancers were really able to slow him down after halftime. At the half, he was averaging, I think, 8 yards a carry. He was doing some incredible things in that first half. Second half, the Lancers were really able to slow him down. Then you had Dawson Forcella, you mentioned, he had that touchdown. He rushed the ball 11 times for 22 yards. And Stanton Lee 1 for 2, Luke Davies 3 for -12.
And joining us here, we'll give the coach just a moment to catch his breath as John Micheletti has made his way up here to the broadcast booth. Our post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. And remember, this is the best season of the year. Fall sports. Spend your favorite season with America's favorite beer in hand. It's Bud and Bud Light. A hard-fought game today, Coach. We're going to let you examine the stats here momentarily. As this was a back-and-forth game. The momentum, it must have swung back and forth, 6-7 times in this particular contest?
Yeah, it's one of those that, we obviously train a lot for, handling adversity. That's something we talk about every week is adversity. But some of that stuff we're putting on ourselves and, quote unquote, shooting yourself in the foot. That's the stuff that's pretty frustrating as a coach. We got to make sure that stay on side. It's the simple things of, reacting to the snap. Got guys running plays when we don't have a play called yet, things like that. We just got to make sure that we fix the stuff in between the ears.
And Torrin Devericks had a big day. He did throw the 1 interception, but he stayed cool in the pocket. 3 touchdown passes. Jonah Miyazawa made some great catches, and Trevor Fitzgerald 12 catches on the day. And this, I saw a lot of progress in the passing game because Rex Ryken had been the main target. It seemed like he was double covered every single pass play.
Yeah, we'd love to get Rex the ball every play if we could, but that's one thing that defenses are starting to pick up on is that he's our main guy, so they're starting to double him and spy him, do different things like that. So it's good to see Jonah, Trevor step up in those situations. Both those guys got the talent too and stuff like that, so it's glad to see them excel today.
And Kua Nishigaya over the century mark, and he was getting consistent runs all day long. His longest was 17, but 118 yards on the day, and I like the way that he was able to pop through the holes and then kind of shift to the left or right after he got to that linebacker level.
Yeah, that's the Kua that gives our defense headaches in practice. So that's I was glad to see him run with a little confidence and, for being a little statured guy that he runs pretty big and he finishes runs. He's not going to let one guy bring him down. So that's one guy we're going to continue to feed and feed off of him.
And, Coach, a couple of things today. Obviously, those heartbreaking 4th down plays there. You had chances on, I think it was about a yard to go or less than a yard to go a couple of times. And what did you see on those particular plays that led to them not working?
Just plain execution is whether one guy or 2 guys not doing their job. That's what the whole thing we talk about. Everybody talks about being all in, doing things like that, and it even comes down to that missed field goal. Like, we got to be able to make 27-yard field goals, things like that. That's just in college football. That's got to happen. So, got to get better at execution. Obviously, that puts points on the board. So, definitely got to make sure that we fix that moving forward.
Go ahead, Tell.
Coach, after a game like this, what do you tell the team directly after the game?
Today I was probably a little harder on them because nothing to take away against Briar Cliff, but I felt that we lost that game more than they won. And then that was one thing that, we talked about all week is like, this is a game that we got to do stuff right to win game. I mean, most games you got to do that anyways, but you can't give them extra opportunities. You see they're just at the end of the game giving them 2 times on 4th down. It's like you can't do that. So it's not about the plays because any play is shown that it's working. So it's just about trusting the play and doing your job within the play, and that's what we got to fix. Is understand that it happens with young guys, but making sure that they understand where their job is at on that play.
And coming up next week, it's Northwestern. Quick preview of the Red Raiders. Obviously, they made it to the championship game last year. Currently, I think ranked number 2 in the country, and they've got a very strong program.
Yeah, Coach McCarty did a great job establishing their program. I'm good friends with him, known him for quite a while now, so I got the utmost respect for him and his staff. They do things the right way. They got athletes everywhere. They got one of the better receivers in all the league out there at number 1, and quarterback that obviously didn't start last year, but he's a guy just as athletic as that guy and a pretty big back that runs downhill. So we'll have our hands full making sure that we, control what we control and, concentrate on the details, just like we do every week.
A step forward today, Coach. You think a step forward for the team today?
Overall, yeah, there was some steps forward, but that's one that I feel like we definitely should have won. So definitely got to go back to the tape and make sure we really evaluate that to get a better answer on that.
All right, Coach. Thanks for your time. We'll let you cool off here. It's a hot day, and a fantastic football game today. Came right down to the wire, but eventually it was Briar Cliff prevailing 36-28 over Mount Marty. This is the post-game show brought to you by Aztec, and we'll take a timeout, come back. We'll get some scores from around the GPAC and around the country after this 2-minute timeout. This is not Briar Cliff football. This is Mount Marty football. Briar Cliff, the opponent today. Lancer football right here today on KYNT.
At H&R Block of Yankton, we want you to focus on your business while we handle your books. From payroll and bookkeeping to expert tax preparation and advice, we're ready to put our expertise to work for your small business. For the year-round services and the one-on-one attention you deserve, partner with H&R Block of Yankton. Stop by our office at 21st and Broadway or call us at 605-665-3366.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we see patients from 1 to 101.
Come experience our gentle touch while you relax in our massage chairs and watch TV. Patients are loving our new digital scanner. No more ooey gooey gaggy impressions.
We'd love to meet you, and we're always accepting new patients. Call 665-2530 to make an appointment. Elwood Family Dental Care, where we take care of the entire family.
If you see lines on a parking lot, hey, there's a good chance Midwest Striping did it. They've been marking pavements like parking lots for years. And a fresh line parking lot gives your business a sharp look and keeps things in order. Midwest Striping also does decorative floor coverings for garages, sheds, basements, and sports courts like basketball or tennis. To find out what they can do for your surface, email them at midweststripingsd@gmail.com. That's midweststripingsd@gmail.com.
Hi, this is Dan from Vision Real Estate, and we understand it can be hard to know where to start when you just need to sell a property. Maybe it's a vacant house, maybe you've got too much stuff, or perhaps the place is in disrepair. We can help you just like we've helped others. For a fair price on terms you can live with, no matter the condition, call me, Dan, at 661-0283. Vision Real Estate, it's the right move.
We're back here at Crane Youngworth Field. Busy place. There's football last night, football today, soccer coming up here in a bit as we are in the post-game show for Mount Marty football as the Briar Cliff Chargers prevail over the Lancers today 36-28. I'm Steve Toom. He's Tel Tanner. This is the post-game show brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. We've gone over the stats. Now let's check out the scoreboard with scores from around the conference and around the country. The scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway. And Tel, what do you have for us?
Well, scores from around the GPAC first up. Northwestern prevailed over Concordia 31-7 on the road. Dort and Doane, still no update on that game. Something must be wrong down in Doane.
I'll see if I can get something. I have another source for that, but let's go on to other scores, shall we?
Dakota Wesleyan did beat Hastings 27-16 in Mitchell, that final score. Midland and Jamestown right at the end of the fourth quarter, 33-22 Midland. Just a few seconds left in this one, looking like they're going to take that. And then, of course, our game. Briar Cliff did defeat Mount Marty in the GPAC 36-28. Let's go ahead and look at scores in the Valley. South Dakota State beat Indiana State 44-0. Illinois State and Southern Illinois are battling 17-7. Illinois State is beating Southern Illinois in the third quarter. South Dakota will play later today at about 7 p.m.
All right, I think I got it. It was Dort and Doane we were looking at, right?
Yep.
Dort wins 27-7 in that particular contest over Doane. So the defenders get the win in that matchup. Other scores that we got?
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and look at some top 25 football, shall we?
All right. What do we got? I'd say, I've got Colorado State at the half ahead of Iowa?
Yes, they are. Iowa is one of those teams that if they are able to win out the rest of the season, they're kind of a how do you keep them out of the playoffs type of team. They've got to get past Colorado State today, down 14-7 at half.
And remember, South Dakota State clobbered Colorado State.
Oh, yes.
That was in Boulder, I believe.
It was.
So that's a big one there. If Colorado State can hold on to defeat the Hawkeyes, it's 14-7 at the break.
Means a whole lot of good things for South Dakota State, I'll tell you what.
Indeed it does.
I've said it for a long time. Upper Shelf FCS is very good FBS.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, let's hear. I got some other scores here, too. We got Arkansas ahead of Texas A&M, 17-0. That is near halftime. We've got Baylor ahead of Iowa State at halftime. That's a 21-13 score. North Carolina State and Clemson tied at 7 at the break. Michigan ahead of Rutgers at halftime, 20-3. No surprise there. And earlier today, what do we have? Georgia stomped on Vanderbilt 62-0. Penn State rolls by Villanova 38-17. Notre Dame with the big win at Wisconsin, 41-13 the final. Coastal Carolina clobbered UMass 53-3. That scores from top 25 football across the country today on the scoreboard update brought to you by Gerstner Oil. And remember to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. You got any other scores?
Yeah, Clemson and NC State tied at the half at 7 points apiece. Georgia State is beating Auburn, number 23 Auburn, 16-9. That could be a big upset as well.
Wow, that is huge. As we check out the score, a busy day of college football here as the Briar Cliff Chargers defeat the Mount Marty Lancers. 36-28 was the final score in that game. And now let's take a look at, or listen to rather, some of the top plays that we had throughout the day.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and run through the scoring plays for the Mount Marty Lancers. Starting off with a very big one right at the beginning of the game. Torrin Deverick's pass that was completed to Jonah Miyazawa for 9 yards to get the first touchdown of the game. And Steve, we talked about this. This one needs a little bit more accolade.
You bet. This is our move to the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Buying or selling, make the move with Mason. Visit movewithmason.com.
Let's go ahead and listen to that play.
Quickly, Lancers to the line of scrimmage. Devericks rolls to his right, throws on the run, got a man, it's caught! Touchdown! Touchdown Miyazawa in the right corner of the end zone. And for the first time this year, the Lancers are ahead in a football game.
That was a pretty big scoring play for the Lancers. Then Dawson Furcella ran for 3 yards into the Mount Marty end zone in order to tie up the game at 6 apiece. Jonathan Branner had a field goal attempt from 29, got it there. Torrin Devericks, the next touchdown for Mount Marty, he had another passing touchdown to Jonah Miyazawa for 9 yards once again, this one with 4 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the first.
9-6 our score. Chargers on top of Mount Marty. 3rd down and goal all the way back at the 10-yard line now. Shotgun set. Devericks to throw. Rao stays in the block. Throws to the corner. Got a man caught. Touchdown! Miyazawa on a little curl route where he came back.
Miyazawa's second touchdown catch of the day. Miyazawa, once again, second touchdown catch of the day. He had 3 total. We'll get to that third one in a little bit. Next up, scoring play was for Briar Cliff. Luke Davies had a pass complete to Spencer George for 21 yards, and the touchdown able to take the lead back from Mount Marty 15-13. And then Nakia Johnson ran for 1 yard to the Briar Cliff end zone for a touchdown, which gave the Lancers the 19-16 lead.
1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Johnson, the handoff, hitting the backfield. He struggles. He gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty Lancers with 7:54 remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Lancers took the lead there, but it didn't last long. Briar Cliff came out and had a 65-yard touchdown pass from Luke Davies to Kobe Johnson on that next drive, able to give Briar Cliff the 22-20 lead. Torrin Devericks then was intercepted by Akil Muhammad with a 70-yard pick six. That extended the lead 29-20. That was a lead that Mount Marty was never able to get back. Luke Davies had that pass complete to Kobe Johnson for 25 yards, pushing the lead to 35-20. And for the last touchdown of the game came from Torrin Devericks. He had a pass to Jonah Miyazawa for 4 yards and the touchdown.
Devericks rolls out to his right, throws to the end zone. It is going to be caught for a touchdown.
That's Jonah Miyazawa once again.
Third touchdown in the right corner of the end zone as he pulled it away from the defensive back.
Just after that, there was now 10 points differential between the two teams. Torn Deverex completed a pass to Trevor Fitzgerald in the end zone for the 2-point conversion to bring it within 8. From there, Mount Marty was just unable to march down the field with 22 seconds left. They had a chance at a Hail Mary, but David Guajardo was hit as he threw the ball to the end zone. He went out of bounds, and the Lancers lost the game.
And 36-28 is our final score. We'll take one last break. We'll come back, have our Lancer player of the game, and put a wrap on things here from Crane Youngworth Field. This is the Aztec postgame show for Mount Marty football. Back in a couple of minutes along with Tel Tanner. I'm Steve Toom. This is Lancer football right here on KYNT.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Coburg Pioneer is now Aztec. Change can be good, and Aztec is offering a $1,000 sign-on bonus for day and weekend production shifts. New evening shift is $2,000. Walk-in interviews are available today for many positions like assembler, CNC machinist, electrician, machine operator, material handler, painter, quality assurance inspector, and many more. Click on careers at aztecindustries.com or stop by for an interview. Build your career with the group that's built to connect. From rock to road, aztecindustries.com.
When you're ready to root on the home team, make sure the celebration includes 1919 root beer. 1919 is brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients, real sugar and real vanilla. The unique recipe and these choice ingredients make 1919 the creamiest, full-bodied draft root beer available. In addition, 1919 is alcohol-free and contains no corn syrup, gluten, or caffeine and should be served cold or over ice cream. Available in 12-packs and single-serve cans at grocery convenience stores and restaurants. Try it today.
Mount Marty Lancer fall sports are in full swing. Unfortunately, with them may come injury. The Yankton Medical Clinic provides patients with the latest technologies and procedures in orthopedic care. Orthopedic surgeons, Dr. Brent Adams and Dr. Jeremy Kudera, specialize in athletic injuries, including fractures and sprains, shoulder, ankle, and knee injuries, and more. They'll have your favorite athlete back in the game in no time, offering the highest level of care right here at home. Call the Yankton Medical Clinic today. So much care, so close to home.
Back for our final segment of our Aztec post-game show for Mount Marty football. Briar Cliff victorious today. A hard-fought game, 36-28 is our final score. Before we leave, we have to name our Lancer player of the game, brought to you by Avera. Live better, live balanced, Avera. And you know what? We just can't give it to one guy today.
We
because
really can't.
two players really stood out today on the offensive side of the ball, and that's Jonah Miyazawa and Trevor Fitzgerald. Jonah Miyazawa, 9 catches, 3 touchdowns on the day. Trevor Fitzgerald, 12 catches, over 100 yards receiving, the first receiver ever to go over 100 yards. And, you know, we could almost give it to Nishigaya. We could split it 3 ways. Why not?
I wouldn't even mind going 3 ways.
Let's go 3 ways. I mean, the guy went over the century mark in Nishigaya. He had over 100 yards rushing on 22 carries. So we're going to split it 3 ways today between Kua Nishigaya, Jonah Miyazawa, and also Trevor Fitzgerald, as they were standout today. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough as Briar Cliff prevails 36-28. But those 3 guys were just stellar all day long.
Absolutely, they were. I want to give their stats one more time. Jonah Miyazawa, 9 receptions, 67 yards, 3 touchdowns. Trevor Fitzgerald, 12 receptions, 148 yards receiving. Those were the flashy players, but the workhorse on the day, Kua Nishigaya, 118 yards rushing the ball on 22 attempts, averaged over 5 yards a carry.
Congratulations all 3 men for their outstanding performance today as they split the Lancer Player of the Game award. Well, that's going to put a lid on it for this particular contest. It does not get easy for Mount Marty as they will face 2 nationally ranked teams over the next 2 weeks. Next week, it's another home game against the number 2 team in the land, the Red Raiders of Northwestern. That is going to be, 12:05 for our pregame show, 1 o'clock kickoff. And then the week after that, October 9th, The Lancers go on the road to play the Dort Defenders. That's in Sioux Center, Iowa, and they I think are ranked number 20 in the land, so it'll be tough sledding over the next couple of weeks for the Lancers. There were definitely some improvements on offense today, 28 points scored by Mount Marty, but some miscues on defense really hurt the team, and those, as Coach Micheletti said, they got to be cleaned up.
Yeah, the thing that Coach Micheletti said that I really liked was they didn't lose this, or Briar Cliff didn't win this game. Mount Marty lost the game.
Yeah, and those are really, really tough to swallow, and it's just part of the growing pains of a young program is you're going to have days when you make mistakes and the opportunities are there to cash in. A couple of fourth and short yardage situations they didn't cash in. Those were huge, huge plays. You got to tip your cap to Briar Cliff. I thought Mount Marty in a lot of ways outplayed them overall, but they just couldn't get the plays they needed when they needed to make them. Timing is everything, and the Chargers walk out of here with the victory. I'd like to thank Dave, our broadcast engineer, back in our studios for manning the board today. Fine job as always. We hope you enjoyed this broadcast of Mount Marty Athletics. And for KYNT, we're not done here, are we?
No, we're not. We're about to get started after this postgame. We're going to have the pregame coming up here in just about, I don't know, but the game is going to start in about 38 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how much of a pregame Josh Bolter does, the play-by-play guy for the Yankton Bucks soccer team, but they are going to be starting here in about 38 minutes. That is going to bring them in at about 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for that.
And we invite you to stay tuned for that, and we hope that you can join us next week. Another home game for the Lancers against Northwestern. For Tel Tanner, I'm Steve Toom, signing off from Crane Youngworth Field here in Yankton, South Dakota. Our final score once again, Briar Cliff 36, Mount Marty 28. Chargers 1-3 on the season. Lancers fall to 0-4. We'll talk to you next week. Until then, good night, everybody.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The booster rollout across America is in high gear now that the third Pfizer shot in the arm has CDC approval.
Booster shots are officially underway for up to 20 million eligible Americans. In Texas, long lines of people ready for their booster shot. Carol Carson says the almost 2.5-hour wait was well worth it.
I think everyone should get their booster shot as soon as possible.
The CDC now recommending boosters for frontline workers, residents of long-term care facilities, people 18 and older with underlying medical conditions, and people 65 and older.
ABC's Phil Lipoff in New Hampshire. Here's Dr. Dan Wadlinski with Derry Medical Center.
I expect on Monday we'll have a lot of people on our schedule for the booster.
He says his phones have been on fire with people calling about the booster. On the Spanish island of La Palma, long lines as people try to leave by ferry while a volcano erupts. Flights to and from La Palma canceled because of an ash cloud. The nephew of one of the island's residents.
My uncle lost his house and a lot of friends, and yeah, it's very sad, very sad.
After mass deportation, some migrants cleared out of an encampment in a Texas border town now have a chance to apply for asylum. This is the Biden administration fields questions about the treatment of those migrants. ABC's Mary Alice Parks at the White House.
President Biden, for the first time, addressed those shocking images of Border Patrol agents charging on horseback. He said